Greetings, this is Toothless, and I'm trying something new. I'm sharing a story about two young men from Ole Miss, and it's an interesting story, another trial, and we're going to see how this trial runs. I'm sure that feelings are high. I just got turned on to this trial from a very dear friend of mine who's always trying to help me build my channel. And Auntie Fee, I thank you. I don't know how long I will be doing this, but I want to give it a try. I really enjoyed being in Kat's chat. I enjoyed hearing I'm Not a Lawyer, but last night with the jurors. And of course, we've all seen the craziness that's going on with this, court system. So we're going to see it from a different angle, from a different place. And hopefully, we'll learn something new, or we'll see much of the same. But I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what my screen is on. I'm doing something new. So hopefully you guys can see this and hear it. I know nobody's in the chat, it looks like, but it looks like that I am live. So I'm going to go off the mic. Right now they're on break. But this is a story about two young men. The one that's on trial, his name is Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr. of Grenada. And the young man that is no longer with us is Jimmy J. Lee. And one of the things, as I was researching, trying to prepare to do this live, was that right before entering into this young man's apartment, his last Google search was how to put your hands around somebody's throat and to leave them unalive. That's so sad, especially for parents. We send our children off to school, and it is our hope that they would, learn and get a degree. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen. But, we have to just, you know, accept it. And so I'm sure it is very painful for the families of both young men. I don't know the dynamics of the relationship. I don't know how they lived before they went off to college. I can only share with you the story that I see today. And so we'll learn a little bit together. And then I may do one or two videos throughout the week just to kind of get us on top of what's going on. And I have not forsaken my YSL individuals. I'm very happy for them. As a matter of fact, my Tonight Show will be about the YSL individuals, the aftermath. But we are so happy, at least I am as a mother, I'm so happy that those young men are all free now after 2 years of being locked up. And of course, little Rod is still there. And I hope that you guys will go and give to they have a new gifting program. It's kind of like GoFundMe, but it's called something different. I hope you all will go and support Little Rod and help him get the monies that he needs to get an attorney to help on his appeal because it is very tricky in this criminal injustice system. And if you don't have the type of representation that these men had that fought for them, like Max Short and Brian Steele, Mr. Matthews and his son, and Doug Weinstein. I don't know everybody's name. Miss Westmoreland, Mr. Hardy. That's the best I can do on the names. Mr. Adams, I'm sorry. But if you don't have the money, and trust me, those men earned every cent of that money and they deserve much more. It is a lot of work to get to the truth of the matter. No matter what people believe, and many people believe that justice was not served, the injustice was bringing those young men to trial. Many of them had been to trial for crimes they've already committed. And so, you know, to bring them together under a RICO charge is really unimaginable. But this trial here has a whole different tenor. And it is very quiet, very organized. And we've had witnesses. Again, I just learned of it. This is day 2, actually. I have a photo that I took for my thumbnail that says day 1, but this is actually day 2. I'm going to go back and do a day 1 because it looked like it's very interesting. Like I said, a whole different ball game. And we want to see how the wheels of justice turn in this case. So we'll see, what happens. Now, I don't know if I have it on subscriber mode only. And if so, then probably nobody will enter. But right now, I think that's how I have it. I don't know, but I was pushing buttons and it seemed like I saw that sign. So I'll try to find out. But I ask that you, if you like trials, I'll be looking. I won't say much. I don't have much to say. But we're going to see how it goes. And right now, they're on a break. So we'll see where they are. And I'm going to go off mic.
Peggy Jane McGregor Mahan.
All right. Gonna be any objection to that witness?
Based on the timeliness of the disclosure, Your Honor.
All right, I'll hear from you, okay?
Your Honor,
Let the record reflect we're outside the presence of the jury still.
I believe she was the witness. I want to make sure before I make that representation, but I believe she was the witness, a witness that was disclosed on Sunday night at 4:45. Sure. Based on that, I'm trying to understand. I will represent to the court. I do have.
Is she while there may not be a formal witness list discovery, is her information contained in discovery?
In the 22,000 page documents, it is, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask this, what's going to be the nature of her proposed testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. Chief Mahan was at the time over investigations for UPD. The investigation began with UPD. like the university police department. Instead of calling every single university police department officer, since she was the chief, we were calling her to go over the UPD investigation. Further,
Has she wrote a report?
yes, Your Honor. She not only wrote reports, she also signed off on reports, and she was the supervisor over all the officers who, on UPD side, who were investigating the disappearance of Jay Lee. They have those reports. She also took pictures. She also took the pictures of the search of Jay Lee's apartment, Campus Walk apartment. They have those. They actually have all of this. When opposing counsel refers to 20,000 pages of discovery, he's referring to digital dumps, like from computers and phones. The UPD police reports amount to 160 pages. Everything she did is contained within those 160 pages. And they have that.
All I'm saying, Your Honor, is that I've had to inspect those documents due to the fact of the untimeliness of the discovery as to the witnesses to make sure that whether or not there's information contained in the entire body of what I've provided.
Do you have a copy of this witness's report? And let me look at it.
The other representations are correct. They were provided in discovery. I don't know which dump it was, Your Honor.
Hey, Lee, tell us what's going on here. I just had told her to get. good? So no problem. Who would the state call as the next witness?
Captain J. Mahan.
All right, sorry. Have a seat in the witness chair there, please. You may proceed when you're ready.
Chief Mahan, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Captain Jane Mahan.
Oh, I apologize, Captain J. Mahan. So tell us a little bit about what you do.
I'm a police officer at the University of Mississippi Police Department. I've been employed there for approximately 21 years. At the time of this report, I was the captain over administrative operations, which oversaw investigations in the crime prevention unit.
And were you, when you say at the time, were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Jay Lee?
Yes, during the initial phases, I became involved. I was not involved from like the very first phone call to our
Okay.
department.
But do you, were you the person supervising over the UPD side or University Police Department side of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was multiple in the beginning, so were there other agencies involved?
It became a point in the investigation, like when Jay Lee's car was found, that we reached out to Oxford Police Department because obviously his car was found in another jurisdiction.
Make sure you speak up so that the jury can hear you and try to
I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure. Okay. You said his car was found in another jurisdiction. Where was the car found ultimately?
I'm not sure specifically if you're talking about that it was parked at Molly Bar Trails at one point, but how we were notified of where the car was located is through the towing company.
Okay. So when you said that OPD, Oxford Police, became involved, it was because it was parked in Oxford Police Department's jurisdiction.
Yes.
And was that at Molly Bar Trails Apartments?
Yes, Molly Bar Trails is in Oxford's jurisdiction.
Okay. So starting from there, we're going to go, since that's where you said that's when Oxford Police became involved, I want us to kind of start at the beginning. Since you were supervising and you signed off on many of the officers' reports, I want you to kind of tell us about the investigation. How did UPD learn of Jay Lee's disappearance?
Sorry, it's going to take me a minute to get through these. So on July 8th, our dispatch office received a call about a missing student, a call from the mother of Jay Lee. So when they took that initial call, our dispatcher tried to call Jay Lee's phone several times. Eventually, an officer was dispatched to his residence, which was located on campus at Campus Walk Apartments. Officers responded to the apartment and made no contact there.
So you said y'all got the call. It was a welfare check.
Yes, she not heard from her son.
Does Oxford, or apologize, does the university police have a procedure for welfare checks on students?
Yes, actually, we have a missing student notification policy too, because we answered to the Clery Act. But our procedures generally involve people call the person. We may call, we may email, we go, we try to locate them, talk to friends, people who they are known to associate with. And run down every avenue that we can. And we also, if we believe they have traveled into other jurisdictions, we notify those jurisdictions to see like if like there were cameras that captured a tag through that jurisdiction or whatever route we believe they traveled.
So let's sort of walk through some of the stuff that you did in this case. That welfare concern, did it come in on July 8th?
It did, yes.
And about what time did, you said they were calling, what time did they go check his apartment to see if he was there?
The report states around 8:30, 8:28 actually p.m. The officer went to the area campus walk to the actual apartment to check to see if they could make contact with Jaylee.
Okay, and did you all continue to try to contact him pursuant to your procedure throughout that night of July 8th?
Yes, the officers continued to try to check, and then on the morning of July 9th, around 6 a.m., Jaylee's mother called back to UPD requesting another welfare check because she also had not heard from her son throughout that night.
So he still had not been located around July 9th?
No, and at that time, the night shift lieutenant had the dispatcher initiate a phone ping to try to determine the location of his phone.
Okay. And then after initiating that phone ping, did you all do anything in relation to that?
To the ping?
Yes, like did you put out be on the lookout? Did you do
Okay,
anything?
so we requested the ping. They also continued to check areas such as the archive apartments on West Motel. They continued to check, and at around 1 p.m. on July 9th, a be on the lookout was, I'm sorry. Okay, I see now. I apologize. Okay. So on July 9th, around 1 p.m., the officers put out a be on the lookout to the local agencies.
What is a be on the lookout?
Basically, it's a notification to the law enforcement officers in that agency. It's like a stop and hold, like if they see this individual, their vehicle, or come in contact with this person, to please contact our agency because we're trying to ensure the welfare of this person.
Hey, did you all, you said he was living at Campus Walk Apartments, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all ever get to see when he left or find out anything about him coming and going, if he was ever even there?
Yes. So later, by reviewing video, sorry. Okay, so Lieutenant Moore reviewed the housing camera videos at Campus Walk, and it showed Lee had not returned to his apartment since he left on July 8th at 6 a.m.
So
around 6 o'clock.
and you were kind of overseeing the investigation and directing officers and lieutenants, detectives, different places. Did you also have an opportunity to review the surveillance video?
Yes, later in the investigation, I was able to review the video of him leaving his apartment.
So you did review the surveillance footage? Yes. Okay. And what footage did you review? Like what time frame, what day?
On the 8th specifically, I know he left his. Sorry.
Did you have an opportunity to review footage of from Campus Walk showing Jaylee?
Yes.
What date and time did you review?
Okay. On July 8th specifically, at 4:01 a.m.
Well, first just tell me like the length of, oh, never mind. I apologize, withdrawn. So you did have an opportunity to review it. Yes.
Yes.
And how did you know it was, how'd you recognize that it was Jaylee that you were viewing in the video?
By his appearance, I had seen him before on campus. I knew it was his apartment because we have access to housing records, and that is where.
Make sure you speak up so they can hear you.
Okay, by his apartment, his appearance, and that was the car he was driving that was registered to him.
And the cameras that this came from, who controls those cameras?
The housing department on campus
At the
University of Mississippi controls the cameras. UPD officers, the investigations officers have access to view those cameras.
Okay. And the time, is the time accurate on the university cameras?
Yes, it's a time.
And you reviewed that footage before coming into court. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
I have any objection to that. I assume it's exactly the same.
Yes, it's
All right, that's gonna be, S5, is that correct?
correct. Well, I'll have her identify it.
All right, go ahead, get her identified.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Captain Mahan, I'm handing you a jump drive. Prior to coming in to testify today, did you review the video footage on that jump drive?
Yes.
And did that video footage accurately represent the Campus Walk apartment surveillance of Jaylee?
Yes.
Okay. And had it been altered in any way since when you first saw it?
No.
Now, at this time, I would move to enter into evidence the Campus Walk surveillance footage of Jaylee.
There being no objection, court will admit it, make public. While she's doing that, I will say I'm glad there wasn't no cameras that on Western Island here.
were just saying you reviewed that, what times are of relevance in this footage? Like the actual time of the of when you see Jay Lee.
Okay, so it's gonna be on the 8th at 4:01 a.m. You'll see him exit the apartment, and then in the parking lot leaving. You'll see him return to the parking lot around 4:39 a.m. At 4:40-ish, you'll see him at the apartment door going back in, and you'll see his final exit around 5:58, 6 o'clock that morning.
So I want us to start with the 4 a.m. When he first exits. But while he's getting that set up, what was Jay Lee's apartment? Do you know the number?
D302.
And we are going to get to it. We're going to play it, and I'm going to ask you what we're looking at. So who was that coming out of the apartment?
That is Jay Lee. That's the apartment where the pumpkins are. That's where he lived.
And what time was this?
That should be at 4:01 a.m. on the 8th. And it should say it up there. I can't see it.
Your Honor, may the witness step down so that she can see. Make sure you sort of project your voice towards the court reporter so that she can hear.
It shows you the date, time, here. This is Jay Lee's apartment.
Okay. And what was he wearing when he left his apartment at that time?
I can't hear her.
Slivers.
Come on, if you could come stand here, this side.
Okay. So slippers, a robe, a bonnet.
Continue to play it, please. Thank you. And where does Jay go?
Down the stairs out into the parking lot.
We go to the other camera view. And while he's getting that set up, what are we looking at? What is this video of?
That is the parking lot on the east side of the building.
That's okay, so that's the campus wall. Oh, very much. And who are we watching? Who was that just came out?
Jay Lee.
And that is that the one who just left his apartment?
Yes.
Continue to play. What's Jay gonna do?
He's gonna get in his car.
you could tell me, what was Jay's car?
It's a black Ford Fusion with a stripe down the hood. Like a
What
racing
was,
stripe.
what was his tag?
J. Lee 1.
To copy the hand, does Jay Lee ever return to his apartment?
He does around 4:39 a.m.
We could go to that. Okay, tell me what are we gonna see?
You'll see J. Lee pull in park with the racing Ford.
Is that Jay Lee's car that we're looking at pull up? And who's that exiting the car?
That is J. Lee.
Where is he headed?
Back to his apartment.
If we could go to the other camera angle and show.
That's J. Lee returning to his apartment.
And does Jay Lee ever leave again?
He does at around 5:58 a.m.
Please go to that next map. Thank you.
And this one you'll see he's like on his phone.
Pause it. Pause it, please. So what was notable about, first of all, who came out of the apartment?
J. Lee came out of his apartment.
And what was notable that you said that we were supposed to look for?
He had his phone. And it's notable because he was the lead as well as he was talking, but when he left his apartment.
Objection.
She said something about, oh,
No, Your Honor, she was making reference to conversations, hearsay statements.
She could testify as to the investigation and why they did. She was testifying, it wasn't as to.
like I said, I couldn't hear exactly what she said, but, Dr. Ryan,
time he left. I think it was at 5:58. Sorry, in case they confused you.
To get it as far and leave.
Thank you, Catherine. Could you go to that next camera angle? You have to pull back. Oh, wow. Five, yeah. And is that Jamie's car?
Yes.
And can you tell what direction he's exiting Campus Walk?
Let's see, people go back toward,
You can retake the stand. Captain Mahan, of course, this was an investigation into Jay's disappearance. So did officers from UPD continue to watch for?
Get that card.
Yeah. To watch to see if Jay would. Thank you. Will the officers continue to watch to see if Jay Lee ever returned?
Yes, one thing I specifically did too is I contacted our housing department on campus. So your ID lets you into the apartment complex. I contacted our housing department and asked them to put like an alert on his ID. So if he ever came back to the apartment, an email would be sent to me.
And sort of explain that a little more. How do you get in and out of those apartments?
On that one, card access.
Okay, so you were saying that you asked the university to put like an alert on it.
Yes.
And what would happen if that was used at the apartment, Jay Lee's car?
I would be notified by email of it.
And per your investigation, the UPD investigation, did Jay Lee ever return to that apartment?
No, not that I've ever been notified of. No.
And was there any footage of him returning to that apartment?
No, not that I'm aware of. No.
So
We got on the screen, we got ESPN playing, and not that I'm complaining, but it might be distracting somebody. If they get a good game going after a while, I may zone out on y'all.
So I want you to tell me about some of the areas throughout the investigation that UPD searched for Jay. Where did you all search?
There, we searched, checked the archives, Ole Miss Motel.
What is archives?
It's an apartment complex.
Okay.
And it's an apartment complex that Jay Lee was anticipating moving to.
Okay. And just Captain Mahan, so you know, our jury, they may not be familiar with Oxford, so as much detail you can provide is wonderful.
Okay.
Tell me, did y'all check anywhere else?
Yes, I'm trying to find it. Obviously, we continue to check on campus, parking lots, all areas on campus.
Did y'all check any hospitals?
Yes, we checked hospitals, the two main towing companies at the time in Oxford that we were aware of, checked the jails, checked Lexington Point, which is an apartment complex, Quality Inn Motel, Heritage Drive, Anderson Road, were some of the other areas that were checked.
And was Jay Lee located, or any footage of him or any sign of him located in these areas?
No.
And kind of explain for the jury why do y'all check hospitals?
Because if they're injured, or incapacitated in some manner, or anything could happen to somebody. They could not have their cell phone on them, or they could not be healthy enough to make a phone call or return a phone call.
Was there any sign that he had been checked into any of the hospitals?
No, none that.
And why do y'all check jails and detention centers?
Just obviously in case somebody is locked up, they won't have access to their cell phone, and they may not be able to had a chance to notify their family members.
And was there any sign that he had booked into any jails or detention centers?
No, not that we were aware of. No.
As a part of the investigation, did you all speak to Jay's family?
Yes.
Okay. What information did you learn that pushed the investigation forward? What were you working with when you spoke with Jay's family?
Specifically on the 10th, Lieutenant Herrington and I went and spoke with Jay Lee's parents at a hotel here in Oxford. And the mom, Miss Lee, told us like he had an internship with Child Protective Services. He would never leave his dog Lexi alone. That wasn't his character. He thought the world of his dog. He actually had a sticker on his car about dogs. And on the 8th, it was his mom's birthday.
So that was the day was a significant day.
Yes.
Did you learn of any contacts that he actually contacted his mom?
He had contacted his mom by texting her saying it's your birthday. And when she woke up, she realized she had the text from him. She could not get back in touch with him, and she had not heard from him throughout the day. We also learned that from the mom, that Jose was one of his best friends, that that Jay Lee was not on any medications or suffering from any mental illness that we knew of. And she actually let us view on her phone that his phone's location was still not being able to be seen.
And why is it important to gather information like that when someone is missing?
To try to determine their whereabouts, and to determine as much as you can in the process to be able to find them.
And so was this all a part of just your investigation into how we discover where Jay might be?
Yes.
So I saw the apartment. Jay comes in and out. Were you ever able to determine in the investigation if anybody else lived there?
Yes, we were able to determine there were roommates. I think their name is Marcus and Jamie. And they had moved out in May.
May of when?
2022.
Okay. And so at the time, actually kind of describe the layout of the apartment.
Okay, so obviously you saw the door. So when you enter the apartment, to the immediate left, there's a laundry room. Then there's the kitchen, and then it kind of goes around from a common area.
We'll get into more detail later. More so, is there the student housing? How is it set up? Is it like they're all sharing one room with multiple beds, or?
It's like 4 rooms in a common area and a kitchen.
And everybody has their own bathrooms?
Yes.
Okay. And so who was the only one staying there at the time?
Jay Lee.
Okay. Now, I would take it, I think we've kind of gone over some things you were doing. What time frame are we talking about right now? July 8th to like 10th? Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, I don't know that specifically. So, yeah, so on July 10th, we actually conducted a search warrant of his apartment.
Okay. And was the dog there at that time?
The dog,
You mentioned that his dog was there.
yeah, the dog was there and later released to the parents, given to the parents.
So the dog was given to his parents.
Yes,
Okay. And so you actually conducted a search warrant of Jay's apartment on July 10th.
yes.
Okay. And were you there for when that search warrant was conducted?
I was actively involved in that search warrant. I took pictures during the search.
Okay. And would you recognize those photos if you were to see them again?
Yes.
Okay.
Notwithstanding my previous objection, I have no objection. That's positive or allowed.
Since you got the positive, I think do this. Go ahead and let her identify with him, Mark. Okay?
May I approach the witness?
She's not have to identify. I'm okay with her. Okay.
Captain Mahan, before you came in to testify, we went through these photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they do they accurately represent the photos that you took of Jay Lee's apartment during the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And have they been altered in any way?
No.
At this time, I would move to enter into evidence the photos of the July 10th search of Jay Lee's apartment taken by Captain Mahan.
You know, objection, look at the S6 as a positive. What was that of that search? December what?
July 10th.
I still have my previous.
I understand. It's already clear.
And I published the jury.
You may. Everybody good on the jury? Everything's great. Let me know, okay?
Dr. Mahan, could you tell us what we are looking at?
Can't see.
Y'all see?
There's not anything over there.
I must know.
Nothing's in front of me.
I will say that this thing here is exhausted around on this, but. We we published things to Jerry before, I had, are you gonna be shutting Jerry down?
Yes.
Anything?
It's a black house. There's screens of black now. At the courthouse on the house.
I can see. You know, that's one somebody said now, what?
I can't see.
Keep that guy around, he knows what he's doing.
James is still not up.
Now, he's not up.
It's like,
It'll come up in just a
it's,
second. There it
oh,
is.
okay.
Everybody's working.
Everybody good? All right. Get a contract. Here we go.
Wait, has it been good?
I think everybody's ready. You go black?
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. Now, how do I make those arrows disappear? Can y'all see those arrows?
I think everybody sees it.
Somebody's doing something.
There we go. Okay. Captain Mahan, what are we looking at?
The outside,
And make sure to speak up.
the outside of, this thing even working, Campus Walk, Building D.
Okay? And just describe for me what we're looking at. What about this?
Stairway leading up.
And these photos, tell me, when you're taking photos as a part of an investigation, do you have a particular process for how you do it?
I start with an outside view of the location I am going to search, and I take photos on my way to that path, to the location that I need to search.
Sort of so we can kind of be following your path.
Yes,
Okay, and where do these stairs lead?
up to the second floor.
And whose apartment is on the second floor?
Jaylee's is on 304, so it would be on the third floor.
Okay. So what about this?
That's the stairwell between the second and third, and that's the third at the top. There's the pumpkins and his wreath outside his door.
And what are we looking at here?
That's his apartment door.
Up here.
Just another view of his apartment door.
What number was his apartment?
D302. And I say D because inside the apartments, the bedrooms are labeled like A, B, C, D.
And look at this photo. Is there anything significant in this photo?
No, nothing significant.
What is that?
Oh, sorry. There's cameras in the breezeway, I guess you would call it, of the apartment complexes.
Are those the cameras that would have captured Jay coming and going?
Yes.
Now, what is this?
Okay, so that's right inside the door. It looks like I would have been standing near, when you enter into the apartment, the laundry room's immediately to your left. In this picture, you can see the kitchen to your left, so I'm either standing adjacent to the laundry room or a little bit more into the apartment from the doorway.
Okay, and the laundry room is to your left. And
Yes.
is this that laundry room?
Yes.
And were you able to take photographs of just, why do you take photographs of all of this?
To document how the environment at the time and things of evidentiary value or things that even aren't of evidentiary value, to just document the state of being of the apartment at the time.
The apartment up here lived in?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, we're going to go back out to when you were here. Oh, no, I apologize. Back out to when you were here. What is this a photo of?
It's a package.
Okay. And who was that package for?
It says Jaylee.
And to the left, when you first come in, or to the past the laundry room, what's located there?
The kitchen is on the left. There's a bedroom on the right, and then another bedroom on the right. And then it's like the common area and other bedrooms.
And would this be the kitchen you were referring to?
Yes.
And were there dirty dishes in the sink?
Yes, you can see dishes. There's like some food left out, kind of too.
Just more angle in the kitchen?
Yes.
And what view is this?
That I would be standing in the common area, or like the living room, facing on the other side of the Christmas tree is the door at the end of that hallway, the main entrance door. And then you can see the kitchen, and the door right behind the Christmas tree was Jaylee's bedroom.
Look at this right here. What is this?
In the picture prior, I was facing the kitchen. So I just turned to the right and took pictures like in a circle, more or less.
So I'll just sort of show, these are just the living room and the common area.
Common area, living room.
And what is this?
The door to Jaylee's apartment. I
That's-
think, wait, no, it's not. That's another door of one of the apartments.
Did you actually enter the other dorms or the
No,
other?
our search warrant was specifically, it was my understanding our search warrant was specifically for his room and the common areas,
All right.
not other people's space.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
That is Jaylee's room. And I think previously I said D, but this shows D, so it has to be B.
And these are the photographs that you took,
Yes.
correct? Okay. So what are we looking at here?
That's the entryway into Jaylee's room. At the door, there's a closet to the left, kind of around that corner. His bed, straight ahead, obviously, is the window. The couch or love seat, the little coffee table, and to the right of that, if you go in past his dresser and things, to the right is the bathroom.
Now, I want to look at some close-ups of what was on the door. Was it easy to identify which room was Jay's when you came in?
Yes, I mean, his name's obviously on this one, and there were pictures of Jay.
And I think this would be the opposite side of that door. Is that correct?
Yes, because the light switch is there, yes.
So I'm going to show you some photographs you took around the room. So when you walk in, what direction would you look for this photograph?
It would be to the left. Yes.
And did you take close-ups of that table as well? That little desk right there?
I think so. Obviously, I did, yes.
And what are we looking at on this desk?
Makeup, laptop.
Was that laptop collected from his room?
Yes.
And what about here?
The laptop.
And some other items were found in the room. What are we looking at here that was found in the room?
Looks like a card from Jose.
And here, that was found in the room.
It's an envelope with the name Jay on it.
What about
And the gift card.
and were those items collected as well?
Yes.
What about this?
That is I think it's the title to his vehicle. Yes, a 2014 Ford Fusion.
May I approach the witness? Yeah. Handing the witness a part of composite exhibit S6. Now you can see it better. What is that?
It's a title for his vehicle.
And keep looking around the room. I think you're going to the left. We're gonna see what is this?
His bed area, pictures on the wall.
And when you went around this room, did it appear that someone was leaving, packing up to go?
No.
What is this?
His bedding, shoes, slippers, his dog bowl,
What about that?
It's his dog's bowl, feeding bowl.
And earlier you were talking about there being a little couch. Is that like the couch and coffee table that's in there?
That's the coffee table, and I think the couch is on the other side. You can see it in this one. And the bathroom to the right.
And where is this?
Up underneath his bed. His bed was raised.
And what about this?
It's the coffee table.
And you said the bathroom is where?
You can see it in this picture. It's kind of to the right. You can see the doorway.
Right there.
Yes,
Okay. And you took pictures in there as well, correct?
I think so.
That be his bathroom?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
It's still in the bathroom. You can see the commode. It's just the storage over the commode area. Personal hygiene items.
And do you do the same process? You just go around?
I just take a circular to capture a full view of what's there.
So would these be the next ones that I'm showing as a part of composite S6, just that circle you make in the bathroom?
Yes, from the pictures you're going, I would have stepped in the bathroom and started from the left and circled around and took pictures.
And were there still a lot of personal care items around?
Yes,
So just hairbrushes, straightening irons, things of that nature?
yes, everything.
And what about this?
Yeah, that's back.
Okay.
Cleaning supplies in the tub and personal hygiene items.
I'm sorry, can you-
I'm sorry, cleaning items, the tub, personal hygiene items.
And what about this?
That's the closet. It's got a mirror on the doors.
I forgot to show this picture from outside the room. So tell me what we're looking at here. What's on the wall?
Pictures, I think one of them was a family photograph, if I remember correctly. And his graduation regalia.
I think I want to make sure you took pictures of the entire room, and then, oh, forgot this one. This is just, what are we looking at here?
A refrigerator.
Is that MJ's room?
Yes, because it's the door. I mean, immediately after you walk through the door to the right.
And what is this?
His closet, the closet in the room.
Did it appear that there was anything packed up?
No.
And actually, that's the bottom of the closet. The top of the closet, what are we looking at here?
Personal items, clothing. Looks
what
like
is that?
I can't even think of like a luggage.
And one more thing, what is that a picture of?
Personal hygiene items, cologne, perfume, deodorants, body spray, lotion.
What about this view?
I would have been standing in the room and that would have been back out.
Speak up,
Sorry. I would have been standing in the room and that's back toward his door and entryway.
And what's that behind the door?
It's like a backpack.
Okay, Captain Mahan. Earlier, when you were testifying, you said that y'all put out a bolo to, who did y'all put the field to look out? Who did y'all put that out to again?
Initially, we put it out to the local agencies, and later on in an investigation, we put it out nationwide.
Do you remember when you changed it to a nationwide bolo?
I do not. I can find it. I've got it in here. Something I failed to mention while I'm looking for that too was that on the 10th, we also when we were looking for the vehicle, we also called Homeland Security to enter the tag number into their state system so they could, so we all could be notified if the vehicle was traveling on the highways that have cameras.
Explain to me what that is. When you give the vehicle tag to Homeland Security, what happens? What do they do?
You're supposed to be able to put it into a system like when you cross some state lines and stuff, there's tag readers and it captures tag information. So we would have been notified if this vehicle was out traveling.
So on July 10th, you all were, y'all still hadn't located his vehicle. That was correct?
On my dates. Let's see. sorry, I'm trying to find the exact date that we were notified that his vehicle was at Bandit Towing. Okay, so on July 10th, around 9 p.m., the vehicle was reported to us. We got a phone call about the vehicle. A tow truck driver said it was at Bandit Towing.
Okay, so kind of walk me through that. How, I know you all had put the BOLO out to the local law enforcement agencies, but how did the tow truck driver know that you all were looking for Jay Lee?
Okay, because in the initial part of the investigation, prior to the vehicle being found, we were looking for the vehicle and continuing to look for Jay Lee. We, the university put out a press release with the vehicle information. And when the tow truck driver saw the press release, he called our dispatch center, who then called me. Here's the
So where was this press release put out?
we put it out over social media. We called Oxford Police Department, asked them to put it out, the county asked them to put it out on their social media pages. I think it eventually ended up on the news. Our public relations department on campus would have coordinated that.
Is it safe to say this was everywhere, this press release?
Yes.
Okay.
And I
Apologize.
I'm sorry. I've got a note here of the BOLO nationwide. I'm just trying to find it in the report where it speaks of it.
Well, while you're looking for that, Captain Mahan, you stated just now that you all got notification by 9 p.m. on the 10th that Jay Lee's car was at Bandit Towing. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Upon finding out that Jay Lee's car was at Bandit Towing, did you all do anything from there?
Yes. I sent the investigators to confirm that it was actual vehicle we were looking for.
And so basically a person called in a tip and said, I think I have the car, and y'all went out to confirm. Did
Yes.
you confirm that it was his car?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get information as a part of your investigation from Bandit Towing about when he towed, that the car was towed and where it was towed from?
Yes. The vehicle was towed around 1:50 on Friday, July 8th. The tow truck driver, he told us he first saw Jay Lee's vehicle on Friday, July 8th, 2022, around 1:45 in the rear, what he called the rear Molly Bar trails.
So it was towed from Molly Bar Trails.
Yes.
Okay. And did he take photographs as a part of towing, the procedure for towing?
Yes, he said he did. I think those were provided to Oxford Police Department.
Okay. And could you actually go back earlier in the investigation, before you got to the vehicle being found at Molly Bar Trails? Did you speak with anyone else, or did your investigators speak with anyone else as a part of the investigation? as a part of your investigation earlier, before you found out that the car had been towed by Bandit Towing on the 10th, was anyone else spoken to in regards to the disappearance of Jay Lee?
Before the car was towed, or before we learned, Jose.
So y'all spoke with Jose, and I believe you stated that Jose was his best friend, that's his mother, right?
Yes.
And did you all, earlier when you were talking about the video on the phone, you said y'all spoke with a Khalid. Did y'all speak with Khalid?
Yes.
Okay.
Khalid. Or Khalid is what I call him.
So as a part of the investigation, what did you learn from Khalid? And when did you speak with him? When was he spoken to?
Okay. Okay, so on the 10th, on the 10th, July 10th, around 7:55 p.m., Lieutenant Herrington and I called Khalid from her office and spoke with him. During that time, Khalid told us that he was FaceTiming on Snap with Jaylee at the time he was walking out of his apartment that morning.
And that, when you say that morning, what morning are you referring to?
July 8th, yes, on July 8th. Yes, so he said,
Before you get into that, we were watching the video, we saw him leave twice. Which time was Khalid talking to him?
the second time,
Okay.
he never came back.
Now tell us, how did Khalid further the investigation?
Let Gary go. Gary, we got this here. Any questions? Take just a minute break yourself.
Well, I can tell you, whoever is listening, this is a total different feel from the YSL case. I mean, the courtroom is so quiet, which we know courtrooms are. But, it's not all the craziness coming from the two front desk, and everybody is so mannerable and respectful. And I don't know if anyone noticed, but the captain actually had notes and was actually referring to and reading from notes of their investigations on what they tried to do to find this young individual. I haven't heard exactly, or I haven't really paid attention to what the pronoun was that the mom used or that they're using, and I don't even know if they're using any. But I'll pay more attention. I've been more or less trying to figure out what I did with my chat because I don't know what I did with my chat as far as if I had you know subscribers only. I don't know what I did, but I'll figure it out. This is interesting, and I thank you, whoever the one person is, even if it's myself. I'm going to say thank you because someone will look back at this. This is really have been going on since 2022, and I think Jay Lee is what they pretty much call Jimmy, Jay Lee. And it sounds like everybody called Jay Lee, Jay Lee. So it's really going to be interesting, this story, to see if I can get some summary information. I want to know a little bit about this story because this is truly, okay, I'm going to do something a little bit different. We go here. And I've already saved that. And one thing I need to do is go back and see if they're back moving around. So let's do that. I should mention that this is a death penalty case.
All right, let's gather back up and get back to work. All right, before we took our break, this witness, I think the state was about to attempt to elicit testimony about what Mr. Fears had said earlier in the testimony when Mr. Fears was testifying. The court ruled the statement proffered by Mr. Fears earlier was that he was on the phone with Jay Lee early in the morning. His plan was to go see somebody, some unnamed person for activities, and that they'd had a fight earlier, I believe was the basic of it. At that time, the court ruled that as an exception, which is that statement would be hearsay, that as an exception to the hearsay rule, that Mr. Fears could testify about what Mr. J. Lee's plans were as an exception to the hearsay rule. And through that witness, Mr. Fears excluded the testimony of concerning the portion of the statement that they had a fight earlier or something to that effect. But I did open in this state asked that they would attempt again through another witness, which I assume this witness, to introduce that portion of the statement about the fight earlier. Mr. Horan, seeing that was coming down the pipes, was beginning to object, and I have sent the jury out for determination, which I assume is the admissibility or not non-admissibility of that statement concerning the fight earlier. Would that be a good summary of where we're at? Argument. Okay, one man's argument is another man's fight. But, all right. The gist of it. There's been difficulties anyway. You have filed. You have noted your objection. I'll hear from you first. I'll give you an opportunity to state your objection.
Reiterate the same objection that I had earlier. The same objection that hearsay doesn't fall under present sense impression as wouldn't be.
I have previously determined it is hearsay, and whether or not I have previously determined that that particular portion of the statement did not fall under the motive, plan, exception to the hearsay rule. I'll state indicated they would this witness try to attempt to say that there's another exception to the hearsay rule, is the way I get it. So I understand your objection. The court is finding that it is hearsay. We can come back and argue whether there's an exception to the hearsay rule or not. I'll give the state the opportunity to voice their opinion as why there's an exception, and then give you an opportunity to respond as why it's not an exception. All right, I'll hear from you on why that particular statement the court feels there's an exception to the hearsay rule. Or I'll give you a chance to divide as to whether it's not hearsay or not. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's argument is that the statement from that she heard is not hearsay. Remember, Mr. Fears was talking about 2 interviews. Do you remember he was talking about 2 interviews? The recorded one and the non-recorded one. The non-recorded one is the one that we're referring to here. In the non-recorded statement, this is the early stages of the investigation, and they're gathering information to see what they might need to do, how they might need to do it. This is what leads to them. We have UPD officer Ben Douglas getting to get search warrants for a bunch of Jay Lee's accounts, because Mr. Fears tells them that Jay Lee said he was, it's close. Mr. Fears tells them that Jay Lee said he was going to meet with someone who he had previously blocked and he had met with earlier. And that's why and that he was on the phone. So they were getting search warrants to see where he's going, like if they can find that person. That is how the investigation moves forward. And I do have a case in regards to this, Your Honor, which is that statements made to police in the course of the investigation that further the investigation are not hearsay. The site I would cite to is Butler v. State, 75.
I'm familiar with Butler. It's a good one anyway. Go ahead.
758 Southern 2nd, 1063. In that case, the victim testified regarding what happened, specifics about what happened, or didn't testify, I apologize. The officer testified to what the victim said about what happened in the crime. The officer was testifying to that. Here, we're talking about what they used to further their investigation. Further.
Let me interrupt just 1 second. If you would pull up Butler for me, I'll refresh my memory while we're going, okay?
Further, Your Honor, the statement, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter. We're not offering it to say that you can't really even say anything about the defendant with that statement, because it's just saying that Jay Lee was going to meet somebody. It doesn't even refer to the defendant at all. There's not even a confrontation issue if you think about it in that way. But what I would say, Your Honor, is that statements made to officers in the course of their investigation are not hearsay, and that's what she's going to testify to as they move forward with the investigation. And in the Butler case, they go through that. There was one other point, but it's slipping my head right now, Your Honor. I believe that's it.
I'll give you a chance to gather your thoughts if you need them and come back.
Yeah,
All right. How about before the defense makes their statement? I want to reread Butler. Okay, it's been a minute. All right. I'll bear with you. All right. Anything else from the state?
I would just offer, Your Honor, that just like in Butler, we are not offering the statement to show that Jay Lee is leaving to go meet somebody he blocked. We are offering it to helpful and why they used it, which Ben Douglas issued search warrants, the direction of Captain Mahan. Ben Douglas will be coming in to testify, but then they start issuing search warrants for Jay Lee's accounts, his phones, and to figure out if they can get more information. I think it's his iCloud and his Apple ID. So you can figure out everything.
Your Honor, both the cases is a statement made by the victim. You don't have that in this particular case. And you also have a hearsay within hearsay issue here. Butler was a statement where the victim made representations that the officer used. In this case, they're asking the court to allow hearsay conversations that they had an argument, a summation of it, and then the hearsay statement from Fears to the officer. What she just told the court, the purpose of it was they were going to do that notwithstanding the fact if the officer provided that to other detectives that he was going over there to hook up with somebody he'd been with earlier that night. They find out about that. The fact that they'd had an argument wasn't going to, information about the argument wasn't going to stop them from doing any searching. Serves no purpose whatsoever to add this hearsay within hearsay, Your Honor. It's basically what it was. Butler's not on point. It adds absolutely zero value to the actions that the officers took by allowing this particular summation of the statement between the two individuals, and the victim is not the individual that made the statement to the officers and they acted on it, as was the case in Butler.
My argument is that it's not hearsay altogether, because it's how they further their investigation. Not that it's
This is a tough one. Court cognizant of the point of they would have got to the same place with or without the extra incentive of we had an argument.
Your Honor, I just said she was going to say that Lynn said that they were going to see someone previously blocked, who was going to see them. And
Hang on a second. Does Butler hold it's not hearsay, or is it admissible hearsay?
not hearsay.
don't think that's, makes a difference who it's from.
It does to the extent asking Clary his fears, and he is characterizing a conversation that the victim gave him with another person. That is not, Butler's not on point.
Part of the reason Butler is on point is just like here, in Butler, nobody was identified. They said it didn't even implicate Butler. Butler is not even implicated. Here, Callan isn't saying he went to meet Timothy Harrington. He's not saying that. That's not what he's saying. He's saying what the victim recounted to him. It's not being offered to say that Jay went to meet. It's being offered to say, oh, this is how we proceeded and why we proceeded that way.
They were going to do that regardless of the hearsay, double hearsay statement.
Butler says, Mississippi Supreme Court has held that omitting out-of-court statements made to the police during the course of their investigation is permissible, and so holding, the court stated that it is elemental that a police officer may show that he has received a complaint, what he did about the complaint, without going into details of it. In Swindle, a police officer testified about a tip received from an informant. The court held that a police officer's testimony about a tip received from an informant is admissible to the extent required to show why an officer acted as he did and was at a particular place at a particular time. Court's going to find that part about to the extent required to show why an officer acted as he did and was at a particular place at a particular time. In this case, court's going to admit it. And I'll let you make any further objection. I understand it's an important issue. I'll let you make any other further record that you like anyway.
I have a problem with Daryl, where the tip is made that we acted on a tip. No problem with that.
Hang on just a second. I don't see any distinction between a tip and a statement from an identified person. All right.
I withdraw my objection.
Do what?
Withdraw my objection
All right.
from the jury.
Okay. Show the jury. All right, everybody good on the jury? Hang in there, we're getting close to lunchtime. Before we get started back, how much longer do you think you got with this witness?
Not much longer, Your Honor. I don't believe much.
We're going to try to finish the direct examination and then take up cross for after lunch. All right, go ahead. You may proceed.
Yes, Captain Mahan, I believe we were talking about you all met with Khalid on the 10th of July 2022. What did you learn in that conversation with Khalid that helped further the investigation?
Yes, we called Khalid on July 10th. Khalid had actually called our dispatch and informed our dispatch that he was the person on the phone with Jay Lee when he was leaving his apartment. He said he was FaceTiming with Jay Lee on Snapchat when he was walking out of his apartment. He told us it was around 5:58 in the morning on July 8th. He told us that Jay Lee had told him that approximately 2 hours before he had had a hookup, and he had ended up blocking this person on social media because Khalid told us that Jay Lee had told him that he and the person
Don't approach anyway.
And if you could please just tell us what you learned from Khalid about where Jay Lee was going on July 8th when he was FaceTiming him.
he was going back to meet an individual he had previously had a hookup with
Okay.
in
And
an argument.
said Khalid provided this information on the 10th, correct?
Yes,
And this was because the social media post had gone out?
yes.
Okay, and how did this information further your investigation?
It allowed us to know, obviously, he was going to meet an individual, and he has not returned. So we knew he was on Snapchat, FaceTime, so then we would start applying for search warrants for his social media and phone records, things of that nature.
And what officer was directed to at UPD was directed to do that?
It was Sergeant Ben Douglas.
Okay. Just to make sure that we covered everything as an overview, since we took that break, talked to Khalid on July 10th, correct?
Yes,
On July 10th, y'all also learned that Jay Lee's car had been towed by Bandit Towing. Is that correct?
yes.
And where was Jay Lee's car towed from?
Molly Bar Trails Apartments.
Oh, that's an apartment complex.
Mhm.
Okay. And where is Molly Bar Trails Apartments located?
I think the street is called McElroy Drive. I know how to get there. It's in close proximity to where Oxford Police Department is on McElroy Drive, north of there, north of a gas station at Molly Bar Trails.
Okay. You said north of the gas station. What gas station is that?
I call it Rockets.
Rockets gas station. About how far is Rockets gas station from Molly Bar Trails apartment?
Probably about 0.3 of a mile.
Okay. And did you ever learn when? I know y'all learned about it having been towed on Bandit on the 10th, but did you learn when Bandit towed the car?
Yes. Sorry. I know I went through it earlier, but you asked when the car was towed, right?
Yes.
At 1:50 on the 8th.
On July 8th
Yes.
from Molly Bar Trails apartment.
Yes.
Brief indulgence. as a final question, as you testified, you checked with hospitals, you checked with jails, you checked his apartment, you checked all these areas in Oxford. Did you all ever locate Jay Lee?
No,
Did he ever return to campus?
no,
And Molly Bartrail's apartments, is that in UPD's jurisdiction?
no, it's in Oxford Police Department's jurisdiction.
So upon finding out that the car was there, who did y'all contact?
Chief McCutcheon,
And who is Chief McCutcheon?
he is the chief of police at Oxford Police Department.
Okay, and why did you do that?
Because the car was located in his jurisdiction. And at that point, we knew it was something bigger. And so jurisdictional wise, they would be responsible for continuing the investigation.
So at that point is when they became a part of the investigation?
And it worked kind of like a unified command jurisdiction wise, and we continued to assist in the investigation with certain things. Sergeant Douglas specifically, because Sergeant Douglas specifically was very actively involved in the investigation, writing search warrants.
So at that time, would it be fair to say that Oxford Police Department sort of started to lead, but you all continued to assist?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Captain, all right, here we gonna, we got food here yet? They closed, we're not anyway, right? We're gonna take a lunch break now. Remember the court instructions, don't, talk about the case, don't want to talk about the case. If you don't want to express any opinions, don't investigate the case, do your best. I think if they don't have the food there, they'll be there just momentarily, right? And so, court's gonna be in recess until 1 o'clock, okay? And you'll, don't discuss your testimony with anyone, be back on the thing, okay? You're free to go, just don't discuss your testimony. Yes, and that's my thought.
Well, we're at the lunch hour and they will return in an hour. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all a little bit about what I found on the story.
Don't look like it could be breathing.
But I have this. Now, for some reason, I can't get my mic off, so I'm not going to worry. Okay, I hope you guys can hear me. I don't know if you can or not, but I'm going to go ahead and read this story. And this was on yesterday's news. This was yesterday's news, and this is WAPT News 16. and I'm just going to do the written version. And this is Oxford, Mississippi. The trial is now underway in the death of a Mississippi University of Mississippi student who was part of the LGBTQ plus community. Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr. of Grenada, Mississippi, is charged with capital murder in the death of Jimmy J. Lee. Lee, 20, was last seen July 8, 2022, in Oxford. His body has not been found. In October, a judge declared Lee deceased after his parents requested the declaration. That seems awfully early because I thought that, and I guess that too runs by the states. I thought that you had to be 7 years before they could declare you legally no longer with us. And here are pictures of Jay Lee. 3 different pictures. A jury for the trial was selected Monday in Forest County. However, the trial is being held at the Lafayette County Courthouse in Oxford. Lee's mother, Stephanie, testified Tuesday. She says her son called her every year to sing happy birthday. She said Lee texted her around 2 a.m. on July 8th to wish her happy birthday. She said she saw the text when she woke up and responded with a smile emoji. She said he never called. Police said cell phone history showed conversations between Herrington and Lee the morning that Lee disappeared. An assistant district attorney, Gwen Ogle, told jurors Tuesday that Lee and Herrington saw each other twice during the hours before Lee disappeared, Ogle said. She said the men had sexual contact during their first meeting, and Lee was upset when he left Harrington's apartment. Harrington invited Lee back, and before Lee arrived, Harrington searched online for how long does it take to strangle someone, Ogle said. Surveillance video recorded Harrington running from where Lee's car was found, and he was later seen picking up a shovel and wheelbarrow at his parents' house, authorities said. Harrington, who had graduated from Ole Miss, was arrested 2 weeks after Lee vanished, then released 5 months later on a $250,000 bond after agreeing to surrender his passport and wear an ankle monitor. Harrington's attorney, Kevin Horan, told jurors that prosecutors have zero proof Lee was killed or that any crime occurred in Harrington's apartment or car or in Lee's car. You are not going to hear anything that supports a finding of an unaliving, period, Horan said. Multiple law enforcement agencies used 71 search warrants, and they haven't recovered not one bit of direct evidence to support this case, Horan said. A grand jury in March 2023 indicted him on a capital murder charge. Prosecutors have announced they do not intend to pursue the death penalty, meaning he could get a life sentence if convicted. Mississippi law defines capital murder as an unaliving committed along with another felony, in this case, kidnapping. And that is the end of the story. So that's how it all got started. They met, had contact. The young man was angry, invited him back, and now they can't find his body anywhere. So, one thing I think that as parents we should do is teach our children when they go off to school, if they have in them to be fluid, liquid, whatever they call it, be honest with an individual before you have any intimacy. You must be honest. Now, if your child don't feel honest to talk to you, they certainly not going to feel honest to talk to someone else. So you should give your child, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, permission to discuss things that they may find hard to discuss with you. Find someone that is of good character that they can feel comfortable with in speaking about something that they may not feel comfortable with speaking with you. Preferably, they will be able to talk to you, but that doesn't always happen. So I would suggest, that's just a suggestion, that's what I would do, that I gave my son permission to discuss whatever with me. I'm a firm believer is that our children don't belong to you. They come through you on loan. And you are stewards over their lives. And so it's incumbent upon us to teach them how to navigate through this system. And we've taught them with all that we've learned, but throughout our lifetime, we should be forever learning and forever teaching. First, at a baby, infancy age, adolescence, teenage, young adult, adult, and we progress in our age. So we have to have different types of conversations. I don't know the situation. I just read what the story was. But again, I will do more investigating, and I don't know. I'm not sure, but it sounds like I heard them say that they're going to come back after lunch and be ready for cross examination. So maybe they're going to give them an opportunity to cross those people that they've already, you know, directly examined. I don't know. But I thank you for tuning in. Osunyami, thank you for stopping by. And anyone else that stopped by, again, I don't know what I did, but I did something, I believe, that put it on, what do you call it? Subscribers only. I don't know. I'll try to figure it out before tonight. But I appreciate any and everybody that just stopped by and saw the video. Because I think that subscribers only is just that you can't comment until you've been a subscriber for a certain period of time. But they're on lunch, and I'm going to go on lunch. I don't think I did what I thought I did. I was going to try my new feature out, but I don't think I did it. Oh well. I'll end up just editing this part out, and I'm going to just put this on mute. Okay, what I'm going to do is, since we have this time, I'm going to go back and start with yesterday when they opened up the case on yesterday. Now, on yesterday's video, there is no closed captions. So I'm going to speed it up just a little bit. And of course, we have our music. And I thank Law and Crime for allowing us to stream their trials. It really helps get the news out. There is so much happening everywhere, and somebody somewhere is in court every day.
Jay is white, and he's headed over right before he gets there. Mere minutes. Timothy searches how long does it take to strangle someone. The evidence will further show that Jay never left that apartment on his own. Ladies and gentlemen, the detectives will tell you how they discovered Timothy was a suspect. They will tell you what he did the day after, the same day after. We're going to walk through all the evidence. And they're going to tell you how we know that Jay's no longer alive. And preparing to speak to you all today, I was looking at some quotes and some reading some things like I do, and I saw something that said, the rest is silence. So I was thinking, what makes up a life? Jay's death is in silence. No more financial transactions. No more social media posts. No more contacts with his mother, not showing love on her, not on her birthday. No more contacts with his dogs. No more anything. The plans for grad school, the news, the dreams. All proof that Jay's no longer with us. In that proof, that is how we know that we must seek justice. And at the conclusion of the evidence, I'm going to come back before you. And I'm going to ask that you provide the only verdict that justice will demand. And it's going to be guilty. Thank you.
All right, everybody good over here? Officer, I want to see if anybody out there just started the show would like to come in. I want to ask, well, there's anybody coming and going on to come, then we having break. If anybody out there wants to come in now or leave now, that you do so. And you wish to make a opening statement this time, Mr. Hoban? But go ahead and be getting warmed up anyway. Be tuning up, okay? I'll just see if there's anybody there. All right. Once you out, you out. Once you in, you in.
I proceed, John.
Give me 1 minute. Go ahead. You done?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to tell each one of y'all, some of y'all sitting on this jury today, just one more answer to a question from the judge and counsel still being Hattiesburg family. One question will be easy for each one of y'all. At least some of them, that answer the question a different way, and you wouldn't be in opposition. I appreciate the fact each one of y'all found your way to Austin. For the citizens of the state of Mississippi and the people of Austin, and for the party citizens. I want to talk to you a little bit about what the council opposite talked about as far as what we today anticipate showing you in their case. First of all, I recall Springmore using an old, what we call common law term of inductment. That is, treating somebody alone or a child, normally it's in the case of children at a park or something. We don't have to take it anywhere else. Take with them at that point in time. Effectively, I see this kidnapping. Now, I notice that they didn't mention anything about the kidnapping aspect. They got to prove that, I mean, places they got to prove that. That means that during the course of what they claim they're going to bring the evidence, certain messages, conversations between Jay Lee and my client, they got to establish that happened. Because if that didn't happen, the rest of their case goes like a house of cards. You're going to, assuming the court allows any of this messaging, social media evidence in, you're going to hear that approximately 2:03, 2:04 in the morning, Jay Lee reached out, assuming it comes in, evidence, to this Herrington. And before you find anything in what they provided to us that supports the proposition that there was any threat, or anything in those messages that my client threatened him in any way. And I don't doubt, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear evidence about how Jerry's mother loved him. I'm not saying he was a bad person, certainly not. The court's going to instruct you at the conclusion of this case that you cannot allow sympathy for a mother come into play here. Consider what she says as evidence. But y'all have got to decide in this case facts. And what you're going to hear is nothing about a threat in shape, form, or fashion from my client. And you're not going to hear that he searched anything about training anybody, that he gathered any information for that purpose. Now, I'm going to say this. About the 4 hours yesterday, these are touchy subjects for everybody to get involved in. It doesn't matter whether or not it's heterosexual conduct or otherwise. Talking about priests of the night, late hours, about people seeming to know what they're doing late at night. It's just touchy. Hard to pour down, hard to talk to George about it. People that never met before. But I say that because nothing against the young man, but there's going to be a lot of information I think you're going to hear about Mr. Lee's conduct prior to this night and the manner in which he conducted himself. I'm not passing judgment on the young man. Those are facts. You cannot abandon your sense of responsibility. That's what they're going to ask you to do. Worry about facts. Worry about compassion. Worry about sympathy. Things that occurred in his life, it was not unusual for him to be going out in the middle of the night. I think that's going to show. I didn't make these things up. going to be something that the state provided to us. Okay? The way it is. We did go over what we would anticipate the state is going to present to you. And again, assuming that the judge allows that evidence to come in, it's over my client's part. It's going to be their theory. But it was completely unannounced. No evidence otherwise. Not that they provided unless they're going to give it to us during the course of this trial. It's the first time I've heard it. You're not going to hear anything during the course of their conversations about any argument. In fact, again, I keep saying it, assuming the state gets it through in. Jay Lee makes a comment, makes you say he sins. If this goes bad, it's not going to be good for you. I'm going to read that again, assuming it gets that far. Now, let's talk a little bit about what the state's required to prove and what I don't think their evidence is going to show. Proof of the death. Proof of any death whatsoever. 0. DNA evidence, blood, urine, trace evidence whatsoever. When counsel opposite told you that we don't have a body, not only do they not have a body, ladies and gentlemen, they don't have one scintilla. That means anything in legal terms. First of all, that a death occurred in Fayette County if it did occur. Second of all, any trace evidence in this department, their only proof that they say they're going to put on went over there twice. Harrington did some sexual activity on 2 separate occasions, according to their proof. 0. I'm not saying speculatively, it is their proof that a crime was ever committed inside our client's bar, or in the parking lot, or in his car, or in Jaden's car, nowhere. I remember yesterday in council, Creekmore, I've known a long time, he said, ladies and gentlemen, we think we're going to have a gamut of opportunities to find Mr. Harrington guilty of murder, manslaughter. What they're expecting you to do is allow them to throw something up against the wall, open sticks, and you decide, hey, listen, that's the proof you're going to hear. Objection. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to hear anything that supports a finding of a killing or a death. Period. You're going to hear some conversations between 2 young guys. Like I told y'all yesterday, I got 7 kids. Kids nowadays send stuff back and forth to each other. That's what happened here. You're not going to find anything supporting whatsoever that inside this apartment anything untoward occurred. And finally, and probably most important, I want you to listen to a lot of the things during the course of this investigation that didn't occur. I'm going to say it now, I'm going to repeat myself. 22,000 documents we've had provided and discovered. 7 law enforcement agencies, 71 search warrants, 71. And if they're going to be honest with you during the course of this presentation, when Ms. Lee came up here, came to the University Police Department, they covered their whole department. Everybody got involved in this investigation. Our police department then got involved in it. They inquired with the FBI, Grenada County Sheriff's Department, 71 search warrants. And they haven't recovered not one bit of direct evidence to support this case. And I challenge the prosecution and the Oxford Police Department, Ryan Baker, nice fella, Jamie Portman, nice fella, challenge them to say we have one bit of direct evidence. You can't go on conjecture, you can't go on speculation, you can't go on suspicion. Guesswork, wonderment, all those things you can't do. You gotta be factual. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, this conversation or this search that she made reference to about strangling, we don't have any idea what the context of that may have been about. And they're not going to be established in the context. That could have been something that my client was talking about, some sexual activity with a lady, or even Jaylee. Who knows? Someone or not up. You're not going to find if you ever acted any evidence in that apartment, the act in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Speak to you, ladies and gentlemen, that at the conclusion of this case, you're going to have just as many questions then as you do right now about whether or not they prove the debt. You will not be, and I submit to you, you will not be satisfied with a status. Only the verdict you can return. It's going to be not guilty, not the manslaughter, not the second degree, not the murder, certainly not the capital murder, any of them. And that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Jury, no, we don't get calm. We're not going to be there long anyway. Somebody find what rat's in the attic and get rid of it anyway. I don't know what's going on up there, but get that stopped anyway. All right, I'm gonna have to, here on the first row, the court has entered an order that there can't be any T-shirts or any displays of support for one side or the other. You're welcome to stay, but I know people have strong emotions and strong feelings, but we can't be displaying any signs or T-shirts or anything like that for either side. And so if you would, you're welcome to stay, but we'll have to cover any of that up, okay? Take any buttons or pins or T-shirts and cover them or change clothes or something anyway. All right, that officer at the back, if y'all would see anybody trying to come in with a T-shirt or sticker or anything, let them come in once they've turned it inside out or covered it up or something, okay? Court being recessed for just about 2 minutes. Hey, all y'all. Um, Kevin. Oh, approach anyway. He's your first witness, somebody we need to argue with. Who's second? And we next week. Let's, is there any objection to the first witness statement? I don't impose the rule. Not put that in. That's one day, we ain't got to argue.
Get Stephanie out of the way and sit down.
That I'm not. I don't impose rules to first witness.
I don't want to waive the objection. I had to remind you of this.
You're the opposing judge, not waiving anything. Well, Ms. Lee, place the court order there, Mr. Mooney, please.
You also have to do that side. Or you can sit here and do it when we get to that point. You can sit here and do it when we get to that point. Yeah.
We're not used to having good microphones around here. We do today. Keep that in mind. The mics are hot as a firecracker anyway when you're trying to have any private conversations. All right. She's been sworn. All right, you may proceed.
Ms. Lee, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Stephanie Lee. I'm the mother of Jimmy Dale Lee III.
And you said you're the mother of Jimmy Dale J. Lee III?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did J. Lee like? What did he like to be called?
Jay.
Okay. Is that what y'all refer to him as?
Yes, ma'am. He's always wanted to be called Jay since early on.
You could tell me where are you from, Ms. Lee?
I'm Jackson, Mississippi.
And is that where Jay was raised?
Yes, born and raised in Jackson, Mississippi.
So did he go to high school in Jackson?
Yes, ma'am. Started off at Oak Forest Elementary, then went later on went to Southwell Middle School and Forest Hill. We graduated from Forest Hill.
Or is everybody here?
What else can y'all hear? All right, good. I'm working good.
And when did Jay graduate?
2019.
And can you tell us a little bit about his schoolwork? Was he a good student?
Jay was very outgoing. In ninth grade, Jay started doing IB classes, international national ed classes, so that he can advance his career. He then later proceeded to do IB classes. Once he did IB classes, went on to Jim Hill to do another assessment program to advance careers. Jay graduated at the top of his class, top 10 of his class. His dream was to come here to Ole Miss to complete his education in social work and a minor in business.
So did he eventually come to Ole Miss?
Eventually, yes. Jay's decision said, I want to go to Ole Miss. Ole Miss is my choice. And I said, okay, that's where you want to go. And we got everything set up and got moved down here. And he said, Mom, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to get my bachelor's degree within 3 years. I said, okay, you're going to do that? He said, yeah, I got everything set up where he graduated early in high school. He said, so I'll be able to complete college within 3 years instead of 4 years. And Jay did come down here and complete that, make that happen.
So when did he come to Oxford to go to Ole Miss? What year?
Come in the summer right after graduation.
So would that be about 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did he graduate from Ole Miss?
I think it was 2020.
Is it the same year he went missing?
Yes, ma'am.
So would 2022 be around the right time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Miss Lee, if you could tell me, what did Jay major in at Ole Miss?
Social work with a minor in business.
And did you attend his graduation?
Yes, me, my mother, sister, his dad, my other daughter and her family.
Would that have been around May 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
You said, if you tell me, how many siblings, other children do you have?
4. It's a total 4. It's 3 others.
And where is Jay in that line?
Jay's my baby.
And how much older are his siblings?
7 to 8 years older.
So when Jay went to college, who paid for his college?
His dad did the majority of the payments.
So did Jay, how was Jay financially supported while in school?
His father.
And is that your husband?
Yes, ma'am. Both of us contributed, me and his father.
So after Jay graduated with social work degree, do you know what his plans were?
He was getting his bachelor's, so his plans was to go back the next fall to complete his master's.
And do you remember what apartment Jay lived in? Or,
Campus Walk. Campus Walk.
And is that on Ole Miss campus?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was like student housing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go a little bit more. What about Jay's car? Like, how did Jay get around?
When he first came down to Ole Miss, one of the cars that we already had purchased early on in the years, he drove that here so that he could have transportation. But later on, he came to me and his father and said, Mom, I see this car that I want. Can you and Dad get it for me? So we proceeded to get it for him.
And what kind of car was that?
A Ford Fusion, 2015 Ford Fusion.
And so you all bought that for Jay?
Yes, we did.
Do you remember how Jay felt about his car?
Loved this car, loved it. He proceeded to put electronics in it and order things off internet and put things in it and to make it his own.
And do you know if he borrowed it out or let people drive it?
No, ma'am, never would do it.
Would it be fair to say he was protective of that car?
Very much so.
You said earlier that he came here. Did Jay have any pets or animals?
Yes, ma'am. Jay had Lexus. Lexus is a family dog that we had early on.
So about when did the family get Lexus?
It's been we had the dog about 13 years, about 10 or 13 years.
And how old was Jay when he went missing?
20.
Mm-hmm. So we had about 15 years. He had it for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where was this dog? Was it with you all?
Came down here with Jay in Oxford.
So he lived with his dog on student housing?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about how that transpired.
So the first year Jay came down, Jay was like, Mom, I gotta have Lexus. I want Lexus here with me. And I said, well, you can't have the dog at the school, I don't think. He said, Mom, I think it can happen. I think it can be made happen. So Jay got with the counselors and everything and then next fall that he's completed school and campus walk, Jay was allowed to bring Lexus here with him.
And kind of describe, like, what kind of dog is Lexus?
A Pomeranian.
So in July 2022, where did Lexus live?
With Jay.
I want you to tell me a little bit about Jay's financial situation. Did Jay have any credit cards?
Yes, only early on in life when Jay was in junior high, his dad proceeded to get him his credit card to establish credit for him. So yes, Jay had a credit card in 7th or 8th grade.
And what was his credit like?
I'm an 800.
I'm going to overrule your objection. I think that they're laying the foundation for the case, and I'm going to overrule your objection.
You said he had credit cards. So who paid the credit cards?
His father.
So who funded Jay's life, would it be fair to say?
Myself and his father.
I want to go back to July 8th, 2022. Is that day significant to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why that day is significant to you.
That's my birthday, July 8th.
Okay. And what about July 8th, 2022? Did anything else happen that day?
Yes, July 8th, 2022 it's a hard day to not forget. That was my birthday. And Jay would call me every year on my birthday to sing happy birthday, no matter what time it was. So around that time, about 2 o'clock in the morning, I was asleep, and he texted me and said it was your birthday.
Before we go open further, I want to backtrack a little bit. You said every year he would call you to sing happy birthday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your relationship with Jay. How often did you all talk?
Every day.
And when you say every day, was that because you called him every day? He called you? What happened?
That was every day. We both been daily calling each other. He would communicate with me about school, what was going on. We would talk about work and different things of life expect. And there was not a day that would go by that we would not communicate with each other.
And when you say communicate, do you mean text or phone, or just phone calls?
Phone calls.
And more than once a day or just once a day?
I would talk to Jay 2 or 3 times a day when I get up in the morning, and in the evening on my way home from work, before I go to bed at night. You know, it was a touch base at all times.
And he would reach out to you too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so let's go back to July 8th. You said it was your birthday, and I believe you said that you got a text at 2 a.m. You didn't get it. When did you receive Jay's text message?
So I woke up about maybe in the 4 o'clock hour, and I went into his room. I don't know what led me there, but I went into his room, and I looked at my phone, and I seen that he had texted me at 2. But Jay holds a job also here, and so I said, okay, I won't call him back now because maybe he's sleeping. I'll get back in communication with him a little while by the time I think he can get up for work.
So you said Jay holds a job. Well, before that, you went to his room. Where were you located?
I was in Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay. And that's where you currently still live?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said he had a job. What job did he have?
Mental health program here. It was his internship. He was doing his interns within a mental health program here.
Was that for like class credit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So jump back in. You said that you went to his room. You thought, I'm not going to bother him. Did you ever try to reach out to him again?
I kind of nodded off a little bit, trying to give him enough time to get up. But in the morning at 7 o'clock, because me and his dad was getting ready to travel because it was my birthday. So I kind of like responded to a text with a happy face to let him know that I received his text because, not sure if he was getting up for work or whatever he was going to be doing. So we were in the process of getting ready to go out of town to Biloxi, Mississippi, and I gave him a text back with a smiley face.
What were you expecting?
I was expecting his call at that point because of him knowing that I'm up. Okay, the first thing he's gonna do, hey mama, it's your birthday, happy birthday, I love you.
And that was every year he called you and sang that?
Yes.
And did you get a response?
No, I did not.
And about what time was this?
It was in the 7 o'clock hour. So when I did not receive that response.
And you're talking about AM or PM?
AM.
Okay. So go on. When you didn't receive that response, what did you do?
I kind of brushed it off a little bit, saying maybe he was sleeping because he had been up earlier on texting me. So I said, okay, maybe he's sleeping. he'll get in touch with me as soon as possible. So me and his dad proceeded to go out of town.
What were your plans for that day?
My plans was my husband was taking me out for my birthday. We was going to drive down to Biloxi for my birthday.
But how long does it take to get from Jackson to Biloxi?
Roughly about 3 hours.
So did you try to?
Okay, the judge is back on the bench, so let's go back to our original trial for today.
Let's see if I'm doing any good. I wonder if I'm doing any good if the judge calls.
It appears that somebody is late coming back from lunch. He said 1 o'clock and it's 1:03, so we're going to see what's going on.
Go down that room back there, and if they there, bring them. At the office, every night we can't go get them back there. on in, Lindsay. I think you can handle things from state. Just have a seat right there. Looks like we're all back here. We've got 15 people from Forest County up here against their will. Let's show them the respect to start when we say we're going to start. And if anybody needs to use the judges' chambers during lunch to facilitate their being here on time, we'll find a place for the courtroom for anybody that needs it for meetings during the lunch hour anyway. All right, everybody ready? Where's Lynn? You would bring some of your. Welcome back. Apologize for the delay in getting started back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. If you didn't get enough, you'll find you some more, okay? Just know we had a lot of work if you ever do. All right, I believe the point that you were about to cross-examine the witness, you remain in the same oath. Okay.
I can see John. Like that. Approach the witness, John. Captain Man, me and Discovery representing the return of the search warrant that you talked about going to Jaylee's apartment.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness what it is, she should identify herself.
I'll let her.
Rephrase the search.
Can you identify that item?
Yes, it's a return to the search warrant we executed on July 10th, 2022.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's got some account information on there. If I gave you a PIN, bank account information, would you block out that information so if we introduce it into evidence or it's published, it would be published to anyone other than
That sounds reasonable.
if you
I see
would,
it now.
you see it
Yes,
now, would you
yes.
please do that? May end up burning a copy of it so it doesn't bleed through. I'm not published. When it gets into the court file,
Just the bank account, there's a Discovery.
yeah, I would
Credit
just
card.
better safe than sorry. Yeah. Think you got it all?
I think so. I barely can.
That appears
It's
to
hard
be,
to read.
other than the alterations that you just made, it appears to be the return of the search warrant of Mr. Lee's residence that you talked about previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at that. Captain, so we have some clarity as to kind of how this went down. Y'all did a wellness check or wellness investigation. Y'all do those pretty regular, I assume, right?
Yes, sir. It's a college campus and it's not uncommon for us to,
And ultimately, according to your direct examination, it was ultimately turned over. Over to Oxford PD, but y'all still worked with them in the investigation, correct?
yes, it was kind of like a unified command structure. I mean, both chiefs were present for a while and then,
Right, and my understanding is that occurred as far as y'all had a joint investigation, as far as the lead investigation between the two agencies, somewhere around the 11th, 12th, is that a fair statement?
we had the initial conversation under the night the vehicle was located at the towing
On
company.
on which day?
That was
day was that?
I'm sorry. It's a lot of paperwork, and I would rather be accurate. Okay, on the 10th, the vehicle, we were notified that the vehicle was at Vanatory.
And it was located,
Okay, I'm sorry.
so on the 10th, the, Jalen's vehicle was located at Bandit, correct? So,
Bandit, yes.
and you testified previously about conversations that you had with him. And his representations to you were that he basically is under contract to make sure people aren't illegally parked out there at that location. And I guess he has other contracts in Oxford for people to make sure people aren't taking up limited parking in those areas. Is that a fair statement? That's your understanding when you talked to him?
My understanding was, yes, similar. They make rounds apparently in the apartment complexes, and if there's illegally parked
Right.
or vehicles in that apartment complex that do not belong there, they tow them.
Right. And you testified that about 1:15, y'all came, located that vehicle on that particular day at his service there?
No, he told us it was towed
Towed it
at 1:50 p.m.
I'm sorry. When did y'all actually get a search warrant for Jay Lee's car?
It's just the kind of car we're talking about.
I'm past that part.
Yeah, there's some, right information now.
The material that I've been provided is that y'all had 2 search warrants for his car. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not sure. I'm
Okay.
trying to get through the paperwork.
Material I've been provided is testifying for the witness.
What's the
There's
damage?
false information. I'm going, give him some leeway.
Do you know when the first search warrant was obtained for Jay Lee's car that was located at Bandit?
Not right offhand, I don't.
All right. What about the second search warrant for his car? Captain, it's my understanding that the search warrant that was done and the return pertaining to the Campus Walk apartment was done by UPD Detective Ben Douglas, correct? And you're familiar with it. You were
I was
familiar.
actively engaged in that search warrant.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Were you at the search warrant location when they did it on the car, Jay Lee, when they?
No, I was
did the
not.
car? I want to ask you about, as to the car. I actually have 3 search warrants on the car, one pertaining to the finding of a black face mask inside Jay Lee's car. Were you present on that particular search?
No, I was not present for the search of the vehicle.
Are you familiar with whether or not UPD actually did those searches? You testified on direct that the car was down there and searches were done.
Sergeant Ben Douglas conducted the majority of the search warrants in this case. I did not see in front of me each search warrant that was conducted.
And that's what I guess I'm trying to get to. You're not familiar with, and Ben Douglas would be the individual.
Yes, you would have to hear from him.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your direct examination, and part of your investigation in this case. Would it be a fair statement, Captain, that you assisted Officer Carradine when Jose Reyes was interviewed?
I was not present for Jose's interview.
Okay. At all, at any time?
Not for Jose. I could have been at the police department. I think her and Sergeant Douglas were the first to actually speak with Jose. I've got it.
Okay. You familiar? Did you approve the report pertaining to the interview of Jose Reyes?
On the
It's page 52 of 133 of the 133-page report that was.
Mountains out of order. I'm sorry, mine's not in the same order from the pages one to whatever. Mine's in a different order.
The way it was provided to me at the bottom right-hand corner has page.
Right, I'm talking about it right here in front of me. It's not in order
Oh,
1 to
sorry.
100.
Take your time. I give it to him.
Okay, yeah, because my page is not. Are you talking about the one from July 11th?
Now, Pro Tem.
DA.
DA.
Just wanna make sure
Kevin?
I-
I understand. I want to show you what appears to be bottom of the right-hand page, the number, identify the number, whether or not there appears to be approval of the report on that particular day. Detective Officer Carey. I understand there's markings on it, but the content, does that appear to be the report?
Yes, sir.
All right. Of all 3 pages.
That one's not.
That appears to be.
Yeah, I was just, that was not Jose's interview, right?
In the middle of that page, could you tell what statement is made in there in that report as to what Jose Reyes said pertaining to his relationship with Jimmy Lee?
Objection, Your Honor. No report.
I don't know what the yes, I really don't know what we're arguing about. If I did, I wouldn't have you jury step back. Tell me what we're arguing about, okay?
Well, yes, Your Honor, the report that they showed me was, I'm not sure what, is the same one that we looked at?
And if we need to get you another copy, I'll run it to you.
The report, it says that Officer Carradine interviewed Jose. He said that he and Jay Lee didn't hang out that much. I said, I believe they're trying to introduce this to impeach Jose. However, when Jose testified, he did clear up and say that after the school year, when Jay was busy with his internship, they didn't hang out as much. So there is no reason to introduce this to impeachment. But then when we were at the bench, opposing counsel stated that this wasn't to impeach Jose and that he just made misleading statements, but that's that's not, then what's the purpose? Then it's just hearsay for no reason.
Two things, John. First of all, it does have some impeachment value based on Jose's testimony.
Let me ask you this, who, should you impeach Jose with instead of this witness?
John, I asked Jose whether or not the relationship he had with Jimmy Lee, whether or not they were good friends or not. He said, yes, we were good friends. We've been good friends, best friends. Best friends, what was testimony. That purpose, I don't necessarily have to ask him anything about the statement to this particular officer, primarily because it's a public report. I don't have to impeach him with that statement. The Confrontation Clause does not require that I do that. The Rule 8036 does not require that I do that under this particular circumstance. It's in furtherance of her investigation, what she did, just like the information that was provided previously on the statement she acted on, she interviewed, that we discussed before the jury went in, and I had my objections that I withdrew. It's the same purpose. The impeachment aspect of it is secondary to whether or not she can testify what she did in furtherance of investigation and the content of the interviews of the individuals that she did, that she interviewed.
But Your Honor, what is it in furtherance of? The previous time, we testified that we were saying it was in furtherance of why they then pursued search warrants for Jay's Apple account, Snapchats, things of that nature. What is this in furtherance of? If it's being offered not to impeach Jose, which is the real reason, and not just subterfuge, if it's being offered just to see the furtherance of the investigation, he should state, what did this further in the investigation?
Your Honor, this is kind of how the question would go. Did he give you this statement? He's previously testified inconsistent with that, has some marginal impeachment value. They interviewed, after Jose made those statements to them, that I don't hang around him that much. They furthered their investigation and rounded back around and then interviewed him a second time. That's clearly in furtherance of their investigation, Your Honor. They took his information, acted on it, tried to clear it up, and then came back to him and interviewed him again.
I'm gonna let you ask the question. If a Butler statement is good for the goose, is good for the gander.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You ready?
Yes. Well, let's bring the jury back in. Hang on one second.
Hold on just a second.
I don't know. I'm gonna let you ask this question, but I don't know if this. I don't know enough to know if this is the right witness to run further rabbits with. You know what I'm talking about?
Your Honor, and
I'm gonna
again,
let you start, and then if
I would agree, but for the fact on direct examination, they identified her, it's over the investigation, proving everything, reviewing reports. They laid that, Your Honor. I didn't.
You're probably right, but it's gonna be. I'm not consenting to
Everything.
I'm not consenting. Everything I am consenting to you asking this question.
Yes.
I just want to be clear, Your Honor, that we are doing this through the captain because we don't want to have to call 30 other officers, which opposing counsel is aware of.
He can call them. He can call them if he wants to. Anyway, go ahead. Bring Jerry on this. for me.
I think that you were referencing, please. You're identifying the highlighted part, and I will ask the court to allow me to place that front page. Give the jury the benefit. What was the date of that particular report? Or statement at the top?
July 10th.
Okay. And at that time, y'all were still, as far as y'all being, he was basically deeply involved in missing person aspect of Jimmy Lee, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell what Mr. Reyes told y'all at the time of that particular
The highlighted section.
highlights that.
Okay. Lieutenant Herrington has, I asked Jose how often he and Jimmy hung out. It's Jimmy J. Lee. Jose stated that they did not hang out much.
As a result of that statement and a result of other interviews, did y'all find reason to go back and interview Jose Reyes?
I know there were other interviews with Jose at later dates to ask follow-up questions.
Now, as far as any interviews that you conducted, were you alone, or did you do any interviews with any other officers?
Like, I didn't conduct that interview.
I understand. But my understanding is on 7/13/2022, y'all had a debriefing, and I understand that yourself, Agent Stratton, and McGuire, I assume that's Shayla McGuire, an investigator at that time. What was her responsibility?
Yes, how it works at our department is we have two full-time officers assigned to investigations, and there's other officers that supplement investigations. So in other words, there's more than just those two people on call.
Okay.
So yes, she was conducting investigative work.
Correct me if I'm wrong, is that y'all were tasked with the responsibility, y'all had information that Jose had been interviewed again, and Jose had told them an individual by the name of Janelle Davis would have a lot of information about Jimmy Lee. Is that a fair statement?
Are you saying we learned that during the briefing?
No, after the briefing, during the briefing, y'all were told that y'all were tasked to speak with the Janelle Davis.
I know we did speak with a Janelle Davis.
The purpose of that was because, correct me if I'm wrong, is that Jose Reyes had told in an interview that Ms. Davis would be an individual that could give y'all some information about Jimmy Lee.
I know during interviews we conducted, we were asking everyone, is there people who may have information about Jay Lee's whereabouts, who knew him closer or who was closer with him?
Okay.
And Janelle, we did, Stratton, McGuire, and I did go to Janelle's.
Were you present during the interview with Janelle Davis?
I was there at her house, yes.
All right. Do you have that report that reflects? Thank they interviewed the lady, further to their investigation. They found out the man had given them this information, they went back and checked.
I don't know what the questions are anyway. I don't know what Mr. Davis had to say.
Can you locate the report?
Just find the report and I'll know.
Can you find the report?
On your copy, does it, I'm just trying to find it quicker.
When you interviewed Mel Davis,
I recall I wrote a report on that.
I got it, John.
Anything you need to talk about,
Ma'am,
if you need to make a copy for you, get that.
I think I have it. I'm sorry. The one completed on 7/13 by McGuire.
yes.
Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes, if you look on the bottom right, it says page number 59 of 103, 133.
That's not. My pages are different, but
I marked it for identification.
I'm thinking it was the same. It's the same. I think so.
What is it you marked?
Marking the report. I'll have her identified.
What is it you marked?
The report she's referencing,
This report, who?
Captain Mayhew.
Mine are McGuire's.
Bernard, I would just ask that the witness actually, what's happening if the attorney is identifying it? That the witness identify something before it's marked for ID.
Board
I
asked.
haven't hard to answer, but what it is. Let her identify it, so I'll know what to write down on my little piece of paper here anyway, okay?
Judge, she said, tell me what it was, so I told you what it was.
What is, let her look at it, tell me what
I
that
just had it marked for identification.
Okay, get, mark it for identification and let her, then let somebody tell me what it is anyway.
My approach on
You may.
Captain Mayhew, I want to, said you had located it in your
I think it's maybe the same one.
same one we're talking about. Look at this D9. Compare it to,
This is Lieutenant McGuire's
yes.
report through 22.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, this is Lieutenant McGuire's
that's correct.
report. Okay,
And
yes.
you along with, according to this report,
Shayla McGuire.
Judge, for your reference, keep it simple. Page 59 through 61 of 133. You would, Captain, look over that report and tell me whether or not it fairly and accurately depicts the interview y'all had with Janelle Davis after Jose told y'all that she could give you information about it. that appear to be accurate?
Yes, sir.
And
It's a long report.
what was it that she told y'all after Jose Reyes has stated that she could provide a lot of information? What did she tell you?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm going to wear y'all feet out more today, but step back in there for a second anyway, and y'all can just all right. What's the objection?
Your Honor, my objection is hearsay because in the report, I believe it says something to the effect of Janelle stated that she and Jay Lee weren't really friends. Jay's more friends with Jose, and she doesn't know why Jose would say that. My objection is hearsay because it's not in furtherance of the investigation. If that's what we're talking about, then we look back to the Butler case. The Butler case stated that you can't go into detail, which was the problem with when she was trying to say what Khalid said, but you can say like what happened. So the response is we learned that Janelle didn't know Jay Lee. But what they are attempting to do, and what they've been doing this entire time, is trying to testify for the witness and get into hearsay documents, having these things all marked for identification.
Back up one more time and tell me what is supposedly said in the statement that in the report has a statement from Janelle.
Yes.
What is that statement that we're referring to?
It's supposed to be that Janelle states that she was not close to Jay Lee. She doesn't really know him. And she knows him because he's Jose's friend. And that Janelle doesn't know why Jose would say that she was close to him. I'm pretty sure that's like the summation of it.
I'm gonna give the defense an opportunity to say how's that statement used in furtherance of the investigation.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is, according to the reports she testified to, they went back and interviewed. They went to go. Jose said, talk to Janelle. She knows everything need to know about Jay Lee. After he said, we're not really that close. They go interview Janelle in this report, and she says, I have no idea why he would tell y'all that. I don't know him that well. I don't have any idea why Jose would have told y'all that information. Basically, Jose misrepresenting to the officers his relationship with Jay Lee, first of all. And there's some other things in this statement that I hadn't gotten to yet as to Jose's conduct, what she told him Jose did after they had Janelle talk with Jose.
Your Honor.
Let me once again ask you how did the law enforcement respond, if any, in furtherance of investigation of that?
Don't ask her.
Do I?
I'll ask her what they did in response to that after they got that information. They ultimately cleared him as a suspect. That's not the point of the examination, whether or not he's being deceptive. And in the report, they state in another report that I'm going to get to next, they state in the report that Jose's being deceptive in his responses about his relationship and other things he may know about Jimmy Lee. the young man was ultimately cleared as a suspect. That's not the point of the cross-examination. It's whether or not he's being deceptive, he's providing information that's misleading to law enforcement officers.
Your Honor, it seems from my understanding that first we went into that Jose said he wasn't that close to Jay Lee or didn't talk to him that much, which was some moderate impeachment value, but in furtherance of the investigation. And then Jose said, talk to Janelle, which he could have been asked, but Jose wasn't asked on the stand. Now we're attempting to impeach the statement that Jose gave to an officer in a report that he didn't say on the stand. We're trying to impeach a police report with another police report.
I'm not going to allow you, for impeachment purposes, to impeach Jose on something you didn't ask Jose.
This is not offered for impeachment purposes. I didn't ask Jose that because it's in her report, Your Honor. They got information from Janelle. Janelle said he gave Janelle's name, then they go talk to Janelle. I didn't have to ask him that question. Under 8036, all I've got to do is say, in furtherance of your investigation, did Jose Reyes provide y'all deceptive information during the course of your investigation? Yes. What was that deceptive information? First, he told us one thing. We checked it out through Janelle. She said that was wrong. We went back and furthered the investigation he was a suspect, he was clear, but it still doesn't get past the fact he was providing misleading and false information on the early stages of this investigation, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if they had just asked the question,
Have to
but
ask
that
the
did
question.
he?
Hang on a
I don't have to
second.
ask the question. It has nothing to do.
Hang on a second. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. If this person, this witness is the person that is in charge from the University Police Department investigation, I'm going to let you ask them, did Jose Reyes, was all the information Jose Reyes provided you accurate?
Truthful, not deceptive. What was that based on?
And ask you what you're based on. I'm gonna let you ask. I'm gonna let you ask that. We're gonna just don't go around the world to get there.
Well, Your Honor, it has to be a situation where the jury understands basically that there's statements from certain people.
But that's exactly it, Your Honor. He's trying to, you could just say deceptive information. He just said it right there. He's trying to get in substantively statements from other people that he could call. They're not here.
Judge, we're back to Butler now. It's the same argument.
I don't think it's necessarily this is an furtherance of the investigation. I'm not going to prohibit you from calling any witness you want to. I will ask you, let you ask the general question. Did y'all interview Jose Reyes? Was all the information he provided you true and correct? Did your investigation show that all the information was true and correct? No, it wasn't. But as to prove specific instances of incorrect information, I'm gonna let you call witnesses to put them on if you want to.
Your Honor, again, if you look under 8036, I don't have to do the confrontation clause, all those things that are required, but the state would have to do that. I don't have to do that. As defendant does not have to do that under rule. Public report, content of it, ask about whether or not it's accurate, things that you do in furtherance of this investigation, are they reflected in this report? I will summarize my questions if that's what the report's telling me to do. It's going to be misleading to this jury if they say, well, they didn't.
All right, y'all step back. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm going to allow you to ask this witness. Did you get statements from Jose Reyes? Did you follow up on any of the information he got? What did you follow up on? We talked to that person. What did Jose Reyes tell you? Who you could talk to? He said talk to the female. He said they were close. Did she agree or disagree with they were close?
So
And if there's other instances along those lines wherein that something Mr. Reyes said that you think would have said, because I'm gonna let you ask him anyway.
I want to be perfectly clear with the court, counsel officer. I'm not trying to advance the theory that Mr. Reyes is a suspect in this case. No way, shape, form, or fashion. That's not the purpose of the examination. The examination is early on, deception, misrepresented facts, and could possibly have impeded the investigation, gave misleading information.
I'm going to give you I'm going to give you some latitude in that regard, and I'll state can object when they think so, and I may farm if they don't anyway. I'm gonna say when we've gone far enough. Okay.
Because, again, they talk about all this download stuff, and everybody's secretive, and everybody's, that's their whole theory, what they've talked about. I'm just trying to establish that it's basically throughout several witnesses that they talked to, they were.
I'm gonna give you some latitude.
Thank you, Arnold.
To
I'll be
ask
quick
that,
about it.
to ask this witness. Did you talk to Mr. Ruiz? Did he give you any names, somebody that might be close to
I think I can ask a question. Did you provide conflicting information from witnesses that were referred to you by Jose Reyes as the content of their statement? I think our statement's
I'm
going to be.
gonna give you some latitude with. Go ahead.
Thank you, Arnold.
Bring the jury back in. You can continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Captain, as far as you were present during the conversations, several interviews, the conversation that you had with Janelle Davis, you were present during that interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Janelle Davis was speaking to you by Jose Reyes, correct?
Say that again.
Jose Reyes told you to go see Janelle Davis, correct?
Said, yeah, Jose said that, told officers that Jaylee and Janelle were close.
Basically, if anyone knew about the details, of anybody having a relationship with Jay Lee, it would be Janelle, correct? That's what you told me.
Yes.
All right. Did you follow up on that information? Did you provide it?
Yes.
Did you receive inconsistent information or contradictory information from Janelle Davis when you interviewed her?
We learned from Janelle that she does not specifically hang out with Jaylee and does not talk to him on a regular basis. What was your other question?
Just is that yeah? Just
What was your other question?
My
I'm
question
sorry.
was, when you interviewed Janelle, did you find that her responses to the relationship that Jose told you about between Jay Lee and Janelle, she denied that relationship, correct?
I think it's, he alluded to a very close friends.
And she said they were not at all.
She said Jose has close friends.
Okay. I want you to go down to the middle of the page down there. I'll show you the line. I want you to read it first, then I'm going to ask you a question. See where it says Janelle said?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. She has answered what Janelle said. Just Your Honor's correction. We have the conference outside of the presence of the jury.
Well, let me ask you this. I took it that she was reading something there. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's still parts of the conversation she had.
If there's additional part to it anyway, I'll give you an opportunity to.
Thank you.
But shall I?
If you read from where it says Janelle said, just to refresh your recollection if you need to.
I'll give you the opportunity to.
Before accordingly, read that, just read that for me. Not out loud, just read it and I'll ask you some questions, okay? Then when you have an opportunity to read.
Okay. Okay.
And that's still continuing part of the interview with Janelle, correct? That part of that statement that I asked you to read, right?
Yes.
Okay. And summarizing, basically, Janelle informed y'all that not only had Jose misrepresented their relationship, he actually came out to her house and informed Janelle as to what the law enforcement officers were doing, correct?
She said she did tell us that he had came to her house after his interview.
And said what?
It's basically explained to her what kind of questions we were asking him. Sorry. Basically explained to her what kind of questions about Jaylee, his relationships.
In
Sexual.
fact, what it says is,
Objection, Your Honor. What it says is testifying for the witness. This is a collateral issue. I think the point has been made. Quite honestly,
I don't know what it says. I can't.
I'll basically sum it up. Janelle told y'all that Jose had come to her house after his interview, told her that there were asking about JP relationships, sex partners, routines, friends, whereabouts, and contacts, correct? That's what Janelle told me. Right?
Yeah.
After this interview.
Yes, after his interview, he did go to her house and explained to her what we were asking him.
All right, thank you. Did you find yourself involved in this same report? I believe you also investigated a lot of people early on. I mean, you had a lot of leads and things like that, right? I mean, people were calling.
Yes, there were people calling. We were running multiple directions all at the same time.
All the time. You had an opportunity, did you not, to interview an individual by the name of Timberland Mathis, right? Next page. You remember him?
It appears that OPD and Metro narcotics agents were interviewing Mathis.
Okay, he's got you down here as reporting officer. Were you present during that interview?
I'm not Sheldon McGuire.
I'm sorry, excuse me. You're the proven officer.
I approve her reports because she reported directly to me. Whoever's
I'm sorry.
supervisor approves their report, so it follows a chain. So a
Understand.
lieutenant's report, I approve.
That's correct. I'm sorry. But you approved the report wherein Mr. Mathis was interviewed as well, correct?
I approved Lieutenant McGuire's report based
Correct.
on the information she was privy to, yes.
And did she provide that information to you individually, or is that something you just approved the report, typed it in, done with?
This I'll have to actually read and recall. I knew at one point I did know about Timberland Mathis. I was not there actually watching the interview. It appears that Lieutenant McGuire documented her viewing of the interview.
Okay, you were not present during the Mathis interview.
I'm not going to say I wasn't present. I was not in the room when they were interviewing him,
Okay.
and I'm not sure I was watching it on a screen when they were interviewing.
You remember? I mean, you were sitting outside
I
watching.
remember. No, I don't remember. I remember the name TJ Mathis because later we had to do other follow-up.
Would look at
Interviews.
that report, and it sounds like you were involved in that part of the investigation, what you're telling us, watching on the screen. And look down about middle of the page where it says Mathis seen, and read there from the remaining of the page. Tell me if you remember anything about the activity of Mr. Mathis after you've had the opportunity to read that.
I per se don't remember. Lieutenant McGuire would most likely be the best person. I mean, I did approve this report.
But
based
the
on-
I guess I want to clear this up. The conduct that's identified on this report
Yes, sir.
as her observations, not yours.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
thank you. Now, do you remember, you testified earlier that you decided to reach out to the previous roommates of Mr. Lee, correct?
We did reach out to Austin and Jamie,
Okay,
who were identified as Jay Lee's roommates.
all right.
Moved out in May.
Who are those two roommates that he had, but they moved out in May, I believe, right? Sometime in May? All right. Did you interview both of those?
No, I talked to Austin on the phone, and I think Lieutenant McGuire actually spoke to Jamie.
As far as, there was an individual by the name of Adams that I believe that you interviewed. Is that correct? One of the roommates?
I think that's Austin's last name. I'll have to confirm here.
Austin Adams, is that his name?
I think so.
Okay. Do you remember what he told you about Jay Lee's routine and habits? He had hookups come over. We talked about hookups earlier. When he had hookups come over his apartment. You remember independently before you look at your report what he told you?
Say that again.
Do you remember what Adams told you about what Jay Lee's routine and habit was? Things that he said about didn't occur when hookups, he brought hookups back to his place.
I mean, right off the top of my head, I remember without looking at the exact report.
I'll try to find it for you. Look on page 74 of your report, please, ma'am.
Okay, I think when I printed mine out, they printed out different figures.
Maybe 60. I'm sorry, 63.
What specific date?
That I've got 7/14/2022 is the identifying the date and 800 hours at the top. This report of Shayla McGuire, but it references the fact that he made contact with Austin Adams by phone.
I did contact Austin by phone, and I do recall in her report, she put that I put it on speakerphone. So she figured I was just gonna find it. Okay, I do recall that I contacted Adams. I called him back home, put him on speakerphone. Apologize.
It's D10.
Your Honor, likewise, I will clean a copy of it.
If it's ultimately for ID only, you want to clean it up.
My Pro John.
Okay.
Captain, if you look at this, does this appear to be fair and accurate? Other than that yellow marking on there, fair and accurate report on that particular date, that particular page of the 133 cumulative. Report, does that appear to be it?
Yes, yeah, I just need to skim through it.
Report of who?
It's Lieutenant McGuire's report.
I'm sorry. That is 60, page 63 of 133. In the middle of that page, read that word where that fairly accurate fix the phone interview that you had, X-ray mate, Mr. Lee, on the phone.
Yes, there's also a report by me somewhere. There's also a report.
Well, I saw that it said description, see, more description down there, but I don't have that report. You have that
I'm
report?
trying to,
But you can,
I-
before we get to that,
okay.
tell the court the benefit of what Mr. Austin told you about Jay Lee's routine and habit, the way he conducted himself when hookups would come to the, he'd bring them over to the apartment.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. Because again, at least the other witnesses, when we first
Hold up.
While she looked for her reports, you see how important it is to have reports, and that's why Max Short stayed on every investigator, every expert, every detective, every police officer about reports. She's fumbling through those papers, and some of the things she just cannot find. And this is an active case, which has been going on since 2022. But, she's still working there, and she actually investigated, she says, what happened. And so she has reports, but the specific ones that he's asking for some reason, she's not quite able to find them. That's why it's very important, if you can, go to trial. Because the presumption of innocence is on the defendant. And it's up to the prosecutor to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. And a lot of people have a problem when you're acquitted with saying, well, that doesn't mean you didn't do it. Okay. And what's your point? Because you're only convicted based on if you're found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, whether you did it or not. There are many innocent people who are wrongfully convicted. The point is, go through the process, because you never know how you may come out on the other side. And then we would argue, but we don't have money, but we have time. And we know enough people that can read. And there's going to be one or two that's going to be on your side, or you may have to do it by yourself. Whatever the case may be, it can be done. I know prisoners that didn't even know how to read when they went to prison, learned how to read, lived in the law library, and brought themselves out of prison. So if it can happen for them, certainly it can happen for you, and you've never been incarcerated. Or if your loved one is incarcerated and you feel in your depths of your heart that they're innocent or they shouldn't be there, whatever the reasoning is, fight. That's all I can say is fight. Let me go back because I know they're talking, but I just want to put that in there, how she's desperately seeking through these reports but not finding what he's asking for.
both sides, y'all just come. When?
Approach on. Captain, before we had the break, we were making reference to that particular report, and at the bottom of the paragraph, it made reference to the fact that something that you'd had more information on the report, correct?
Yes, Lieutenant Brevard.
I want to hand you D11 and tell me if that's the report. I believe it is, that you were referenced.
Yes, I found mine.
So, yeah, you found yours, okay.
Yes.
So what we're talking about, better reflected in D11 than D10, right? Because that's a summary of somebody else.
Right.
Fair enough.
Yes, this is my report.
So what my understanding is that you interviewed a roommate, and the roommate told you that there was an aggressive black male that would come over and come in with Jay Lee. Is that correct?
He said that somebody had come over and got aggressive with him, and that if any time in the future, if he heard him knock on the wall, that meant he needed help.
Right. Knock on the wall twice, that means he needed help, right? That's what he told you.
Yes.
Okay. The bottom of the report, he also indicated that, anyway, that's all I have with that particular. Oh. Okay, Captain. Exhibits 1, I believe. Were you present during the interview with Khalid Beers? testified on the record. First interview was, I believe, the 11th, I believe.
The first interview where Lieutenant Carradine and I called him,
Right.
I was present. Well, yes, we put him on speakerphone.
Right. And did you ever interview him in person?
Yes, Lieutenant McGuire and I went to his house, his apartment one day.
Okay. And I want to ask you what's been hard for limitation. It's D2. Your Honor, this is D2 already, but it is page 57 to 133. Keeping up with the pages, Your Honor.
This is D2.
It's D2, but the pages numbers on the report are 57 and 58 to 133. Would you look at D2 for me, please, ma'am? And ask whether or not that appears to be the report indicating the interview between you and you engaged in with Mr. Fears.
Yes.
Can you hand it back to me, please, ma'am? Does it be fair and accurate? Does it appear to be fair and accurate as to what transpired in the interview in its entirety? Have you had opportunity to read the entire thing?
Not, I haven't read the whole thing.
Please do if you don't mind. Just put it for it.
Okay.
I understand that everything that's going on here today, witness testimony has been live streamed. Make sure your witnesses aren't viewing the live stream. That would be a violation of the rule anyway. So like everybody. Make sure that just because somebody's not sitting in the courtroom, that they're not watching this proceedings. Your Honor,
I've instructed our witnesses not to do that.
I just want to make sure. I'm gonna make sure both of you done that anyway. And reinforce it with them from time to time. Okay.
She's got it. Oh, okay. She's got it. I didn't see it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you may have noticed we've been playing musical chairs for court reporters because I think their fingers are getting tired. We're doing a lot of talking every day. We better rest the fingers from time to time anyway.
Your Honor, do you mind if we look at that exhibit?
Go ahead. I would encourage you to do so. And while y'all are looking, I'll be right back. working under the assumption, you don't take it before the bathroom, and y'all get a break, you can't, but. All right, did everybody get a chance to read what they were wanting to read? Mr. Creekmore, y'all good? Gwen, you good?
Oh, on the exhibit, yes, sir.
Y'all get a chance to read it? Everybody ready then? Okay.
Yes. Have you get somebody call a chance before we get the air?
Yes.
They said it controlled from down here to the building.
And I got an act code on keep me warm on top of that anyway, but, it is sort of warm. Mr. Clerk? All right, so you done all you can do. We can go flip a breaker if we have to. We'll override.
Sorry, there's a lot of moving parts in this report.
Ma'am.
There's a lot of moving parts in this report. Yes.
All right. That's your report, is that correct?
It's Lieutenant McGuire's.
You were present during the interview of Caleb Pierce's.
Khalid, yes.
Khalid, yeah. Khalid, I'm
Or
sorry.
that's what I call it.
And the content of this report, accurate, fair and accurate, is everything, I mean, it's true, it's inaccurate.
I don't think it's inaccurate. No, I'd accept it for the
Did you
truth.
recall the conversation that y'all had with Mr. Spears and the information that he provided to you?
Yes.
All right. When he told you that that Khalid explained that Jack was an act that he and J.B. used to hook up, meaning for sexual acts of favor with other males currently in the area. He told y'all that?
Yes, I took it to understand as they both use their app to get hookups for each of them themselves.
And Khalid explained to us that J.B. uses apps such as Jack, Be Okay. In your report, you got Jack in quotations, Be Okay in quotations, and Grindr in quotations. In this report, it's your report.
It's Lieutenant McGuire's report.
I mean,
I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, I was present. Yes.
You remember him making those representations to y'all, to you, and Lieutenant McGuire?
About the apps they use? Yes.
All right. Statement to the contrary would not be true, would it, by Mr. Peters? If he said he didn't tell you that, that would not be true, would it?
I mean, that's what he told us. It's
Okay, that's right.
documented.
Did he provide you any other information about, or he did provide you other information about Jay's routine and habit as to his hookups, who he liked to hang out with, things of that nature, right?
Like, you're talking about the sexual contacts with heterosexual men that don't expose that they have those relationships. Yes.
Help to that, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to get you to Molly Bar. And during the course of your investigation, you ended up going to Molly Bar. Did you not, Captain?
I did.
Tell the
Oxford Police Department was having a briefing out there.
first time you made it out to Molly Bar. If you recall what date that was. And you would tell us who you remember being there.
I remember going out to Molly Bar with a briefing with Oxford Police Department, so there were a lot of officers there. I'm unsure if that's the very first date. I have to confirm
Would it have been on the same date that y'all located the vehicle that abandoned?
I don't know. I know at Molly Bar Apartments, I had a conversation with a tow truck driver.
And could you tell me, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all did some searching out there. According to one of the reports, y'all broke up into groups of 3 or 4 and looked around for evidence, correct, in that area.
If you're referring to, we broke up like to knock on the doors to kind of canvass the area for any witnesses or anybody that may have seen Jay Lee or other evidentiary items. Yes, we did that.
Okay. But correct me if I'm wrong, y'all put metal detectors out there and things of that nature.
I was not present
You were not
during
present.
that day.
You were there when they had the seconds.
I was not present when the metal detectors. I knew Lieutenant Herrington, and I know Lieutenant Herrington was involved. I'm unsure Lieutenant McGuire may have been involved that day. I don't know. I was not there that day or something. I was not with them.
Okay. That would have been a different case. But the time you went out there, how many people searched, and was your first statement that y'all knocked on some doors, asked some people some questions, and you came across an individual by the name of Kevin Kozar?
Kevin Kozart. I don't think, for me, I don't think that was the first time I was out there. I think it was the second time Lieutenant McGuire and I went back one evening, and it may have been the same day. I'd have to confirm.
Well, big report,
It's like
big
a long
file.
time ago, yes.
But tell us about the contact with Kevin Kozar and what transpired out there. You talked to Mr. Kozar. How did it come to be that you talked to Mr. Kozar?
Okay, so I recall now, we went back out there to just like take more pictures of vehicles that were in the area to see if anything, I guess, was different. And we saw a couple of individuals that we knew from working on campus. We talked to them, and Lieutenant McGuire spoke to somebody as they were driving by, and I talked to the tow truck driver at that point. And the 2 individuals we knew from like working on campus, they told us Kevin Kozart lived out there, and we were familiar with Kevin Kozart because he works on campus. So we went to his door and knocked on his door and asked him, could he explain basically the lifestyle that if you identify as a male and you present as a female, to explain and help us understand that lifestyle. So
That was your understanding, was clear up a little confusion here that you're asking Mr. Kozar, explain the lifestyle, basically the man dressing up as a woman, right?
Well, that,
lifestyle, well, that's what Jay Lee's.
a totality of the circumstances. We wanted to know also to, had he ever seen Jay Lee at those apartments? And he talked about, I think I wrote specifically in my report, his snarky mouth.
That's to be honored. We approach.
Anyway, you don't have to work around too much anyway.
It's my objection.
It's not your fault. I can't hear you. I can hear these other folks anyway, and you're doing your best. It's just my
I'm trying
hearing.
not to have the jury hear.
I understand. We're not put the jury back in.
I want to.
Get started.
What now?
Started. This young lady's doing a fine job. She's doing what she can do, what she's trying her case. She looked to the jury and apologized to the jury. I don't think we need any of that type of conduct. Told the jury she was so sorry. We don't need any that type of stuff.
I didn't say that. But listen,
Well,
y'all
When did I
pretend
do that?
the jury ain't there from this point forward anyway.
Your Honor, I accidentally hit him with my pen when we were at the bench, and I said sorry to him. But I never did that. Never did that.
Where was I'm just going. It's going up. We just won't talk to the jury anyway. All right, go ahead and tell me. I don't know what the contents of this report is. That's one thing about being a judge. I find out when the jury finds out, or sometimes before. But what is the controversy at this point?
Your Honor, the controversy is my original objection, actually, when I came to the bench, was I thought they were trying to get into character of the victim. But then when he stated what he was trying to get into, it was just to establish that people at Molly Bar knew Jay Lee, which he already said that Kevin Kozart, that people were familiar with Jay Lee. That's already been testified to. Now you're trying to get into what they said. But if you actually get into what they said, Kevin Kozart and the other two people who work at the school that they interviewed there, or other one person, they said they didn't know that Jay Lee knew anybody at Molly Bar. And they also said that they only knew Jay in a professional capacity. So they don't actually say that. So now my objection has changed into that he is trying to mislead the jury, to imply, because he said he was up there, to make it seem like, oh, Jay had no reason to be there.
Let me give the source of any information that I'm really, I assume that, I understand from the defense, they're trying to elicit information, to present information to the jury that it would not be unusual for Jay Lee's car or Jay Lee to be at Molly Bar Park. Would that be correct?
Yes, but I'm not saying it'd be unusual or not unusual. We're saying that during the course of their investigation, this officer, she was answering the question. I didn't elicit it from her, that she came across Kevin Kozart. She knew Kevin Kozart. He lived out there. Kevin Kozart knew Jay Lee. They were in a group together called Code Pink that I hadn't gotten to yet, and that's how they knew each other. Kozart knew Jay Lee. Jay Lee knew Kozart, and they were in a group together called Code Pink, and they had a relationship. He knew him and knew him well. Established whether or not Kevin Kozart says he never came to the apartment or not, that's beside the point.
Let me. I don't know what the relevance, unless Kozart is going to say that it's not unusual for Jay Lee to be at these apartments, or Jay Lee to car to be at this apartment complex. I don't know the relevance of who he might have known at those apartments.
Because Your Honor, he didn't know. Those witnesses say they've never seen him there, and he has no reason. They don't know he knows anyone there, so there is no relevance.
What
I will say this.
I haven't put any witnesses on to say that. What witnesses is she referencing to saying that they don't know him? Kevin Carter.
I didn't say
I will.
Kozart.
He's
trying to establish his car was found at Molly Bar. He knew somebody out there and had a relationship with that person. Your Honor, that's relevant.
I'm going to let you. I can see it be relevant that Jay Lee, whether he had a friend at that apartment complex, would be relevant. I don't see we need to go around the world to get there. But I'm gonna let you ask this officer.
That's all I was trying to establish. Your Honor.
All right. I'm gonna let you establish that that this at least one person there at the apartment complex was an associate of Jay Lee. If somebody came to my, if somebody's car was found across the road from my house anyway, well, you know the guy lives there, you know.
That's saying this is one of the individuals they interviewed who said to you, Jay Lee, he lived at the apartment complex.
I don't have an objection to
Let's
that.
get it back to very, very simple facts of that anyway. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to that he knew someone at the apartment complex. I have an objection to the misleading way in which he's saying it, because when we go to the bench, he changes when he comes back here.
Judge, I asked the lady the question how
Let me
I've never asked her another question.
Let me speak a little while. me speak a little while. I'm gonna let you ask the question is, did you interview, Mr. Kozar? Did Mr. Kozar and Mr. Kozar indicated that he knew and had associations with Mr. J. Lee? He was somebody that he knew in that apartment complex. And then we'll move on. All right? I think that's relevant information. Go ahead. Yeah. Bear with us. Go to the big blame on me. I'll tell you what most people think. Most everything you've heard here for the last 2 days, I'm hearing it at the same time you are for the first time. And it's hard for me to make rulings on objections till I know what going to be said. And so that's part of the reason for the delay. I've got to figure out what they're arguing about before I can make a decision, and that's just the way it is. Some cases we've had knockdown, drag out fights beforehand about specific evidentiary issues. This one, I'm hearing it for the first time like y'all are anyway. So you may proceed along with in court instructions.
Thank you. Captain, you were talking about in your report that you identified Mr. Kozart, you knew him and all that kind of stuff. Were you able to establish that Mr. Kozart and Jay Lee knew each other?
He was familiar with other LGBTQI students on campus, yes.
And they were actually in a group together called Code Pink.
I'm not sure about being in a group together called Code Pink. He did say, he gave us the name of some other individuals. One was an individual who was the organizer of Code Pink, and to my understanding, Code Pink is
He was familiar with the fact that Jay Lee was in Code Pink.
Yes,
that's how he knew. He lived in apartment 23 at Molly Bar, correct?
This says apartment 22.
22.
Yes.
Now you indicated that y'all knocked on some doors. Do you remember how many were there apartments there that y'all knocked on that you didn't get a response to on the first time that you went?
The first time, I think that may be in one of Lieutenant Carradine Jones or McGuire's reports.
And
I was there. I was not actively walking around with each individual officer. I was on scene.
I understand. But when they got back together, there were some apartments that people weren't at home. And I think there's a report indicating that they were talked to 4 people or 5 people in the apartment, but the remainder of the people in the apartments either were at work or were not at home. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I would think it would be fair to say that there were people not at home during that time.
Right. Okay. Do you know whether or not any search warrants or any consent to searches were ever effected on any apartment at Molly Bar?
I'm not sure again, Sergeant Douglas, or either officer, police department officers.
Go ahead, Doug.
Wood. I missed one. Eli Davis. Did you talk to Eli Davis out there?
I did.
You did? Look at page 39 in the report. Correct me if I'm wrong.
This is my report on July 11th. We stopped and spoke with
I'm just trying to establish again.
Eli and Isabel.
Excuse me.
We stopped and spoke with Eli and Isabel. Our
Okay.
partner.
And Isabel Teller, right?
Yes,
At Molly Bar Trails.
yes.
Were you able to establish whether or not Eli and Isabel Teller had a relationship or knew Jay Lee?
Eli said he was friends with Jay Lee on like social media apps. And he said he'd never seen him in that area. Okay. I suppose. Okay.
But you were able to determine that basically that he knew enough about him, he had a report due that week or something like that. They were at least friends on Facebook, correct?
Yeah, they were friends on social media, and he believed Dr. Buford. Yes, he had a project due.
So it was not based on your investigation, based on what you, after your interviews with certain people involving Jay Lee's habits, his conduct, things of that nature. It was not unusual for Jay Lee to have hookups with strangers. Fair enough?
I don't know how long of a time frame you want to call a stranger. I'm not. I don't get. You know what I'm saying?
People that he didn't know very well.
Just in speculation.
I sustain the objection.
I withdraw the question.
All right. I've given you lots of little bitty breaks. Do y'all want another break? All right, I saw a lot of head shaking no's. I'm taking your word for you anyway. I appreciate that.
Hey, can we take a break?
Y'all run the bathroom.
And
I'll give y'all one.
can I?
I'll get the witness break too. She's been here for 2 hours. I am gonna take a job. Y'all wanna stay right there?
We can take a matter of,
If y'all wanna get a break or you want one or not. Okay? No reason for this witness to be here during this.
Judge, you want to replace the
Mark,
DA
okay.
on one of them, I'm gonna do the rest of it later.
Okay. But if they're Friday only, I don't care if you replace them or not.
Well,
You may try.
I may introduce some of them, depending on what happens.
Go ahead. You got something?
Pre-mark exhibit, is that okay with you?
Go ahead and pre-mark them then anyway.
Your Honor, I got, before they start, I had one more question I meant to ask the witness about. One
Okay.
quick question.
On redirect, on cross,
Yeah, just one question.
I'll give you an opportunity when they get started anyway. Brooke, I know it's in your job description, but would you find me a bottle of water? They some up here, but
She
okay, Ricky.
She lost his against the California.
I loved it out there.
Was it good?
It was
What's
good.
your name? She said you saw Kendall.
Kendall Brown. He
Kendall
lives out
Brown?
there.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he went back home.
He's-
He was from out there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, him and his mom went to see. But they
But
met
he's
in
a
the
federal
military.
man. He's a federal man.
No, that's Jeremy. Jeremy's here.
question. All right, we'll bring Jerry in. All right, I appreciate your patience with us, and we did do some things while we were on the break. I think in the long run, we'll shorten the process down a little bit, as far as marking exhibits and such. I believe you had another question or two.
Just clean something.
Go ahead.
Captain, you've been on the stand a long time, I know, and I want to ask you something real quick. I don't want to leave the impression something left kind of great. We talked about Eli Davis and Isabel Teller. They live in, according to the report, correct me if I'm wrong, they live in apartment 22.
Isabel and Eli, yes, both live in apartment 22.
Yeah,
That's what I
and
have.
Cosart, did he live with them? He lived in 23.
Wait, this is a different building. Well,
So can I just read just quickly? My
Yeah.
understanding is that Isabel and Eli were engaged and they lived in apartment 22. That's what they represented. Fair enough?
yes,
And I thought that you testified that Kevin Cosart lived in 22. Did he live in 22 or 23?
we went to another area to speak to him.
Okay.
I can't
Different apartments.
honestly. Yes.
Yeah. 'Cause
We know
I thought
from
you
his story.
testified he lived in
I apologize.
22. They lived in 22, but they lived in separate apartments. Fair statement?
Separate, and maybe even separate buildings. I just know where I was at. I went to a different location.
Now, also, Eli told you that Jennifer Buford was the professor that was overseeing the projects about the homework for Jay Lee that he referenced, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what Eli told you, right?
I told him.
Thank you. That's all I have. And one more thing, they knew each other. They were associated through the LGBTQIA plus community. That's how they knew each other. They were allies. Eli and Isabel were allies for that community, and that's how they were associated. Fair
I think that
statement.
maybe knew how they knew of Jay Lee, and obviously they were friends on social media with
Yeah.
him by their statements.
Thank you.
You may be correct.
Back to hand. We'll actually just start with Eli Davis, or Eli and Isabel Heller.
Yes.
So that they were, or I believe defense counsel said that they were engaged and living together.
Yes.
Okay. And Eli and Isabel told you they didn't hang out with Jay Lee in person, didn't they?
Right. They actually said they'd never seen him in that area before, and that they were friends on Facebook. That's what Eli said. And Isabel said she had actually lived in those apartments for approximately 2 years, and she had never seen Jay Lee in that area before, and it was out of the ordinary for like Jay Lee not to be on social media.
And so they both confirmed to you that it would be unusual for Jay Lee to be in that area. Would that be correct?
Yes, they both said they'd never seen him in that area.
Something was brought up about Code Pink. What is Code Pink?
To my understanding, is like a show, like a drag queen show, where you have people perform.
So it was like a performance of drag queens.
Yes, that's to my understanding.
So it was like, it wasn't, I believe Kevin Cozart, did he tell you that he was a part of Code Pink?
Not specifically. He told me like that Jay Lee participated in that lifestyle, so he so obviously he identified as male and presented as a female. So Kevin went into explaining to us that baby queens who are not.
Okay, so you said that lifestyle, but Code Pink is a performance organization, right?
Yeah, it's like a show.
Okay.
That's
so
how I understand it.
you saying that Jay Lee participated in
Shows.
like performances dressed as a woman?
Yes.
Okay. So essentially, like on stage, like a drag queen.
Yes, I mean, I think even reviewing some of his social media back at that time, they were pictures of him on stage.
So I just want to be clear, Jay was participating in an organization that put on shows for like drag shows, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And even Taylor, his sister, had mentioned that to me when I went to the hotel to speak with the parents, and they called her and put her on speakerphone.
So she
mentioned Code Pink.
Yes, that is okay. And are you at all familiar with like drag shows or anything like that, like personally?
Not enough to be well versed in it or to be able to explain it other than a performance.
Okay. Yes. I just wanted to kind of outline, see if you had any personal experience or knowledge to that kind of performance. It's okay if you don't, but you're saying you don't. Okay. It was testified that some testimony was given about Jose. I'm going to show you a part of State's Composite Exhibit 6 that's previously been admitted into evidence. And while I'm looking for that, do you remember what date that y'all searched Jaylee's apartment?
I want to say it was the 10th. Let me see. Search warrant at Jaylee's room. Yes, on July 10th.
Okay. There was a pic earlier when we were testifying. I found, or you identified some items from Jaylee's apartment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to look for a particular one. Do you remember seeing a card?
There was a card in there
From
Jose.
May I approach the witness? And do you know when Ole Miss typically holds their graduation? What month?
May.
Okay. Could you please read what's in exhibit, part of State's Exhibit 6?
My beautiful sister, you've done it, and I couldn't be prouder. You honestly are the epitome of dedication, you had your mind set on something and you accomplished it. I know firsthand how difficult it can be. I recall the phone calls and the text convoys. I knew it wasn't easy. It looks like baby maybe. But even through all the hardships, you powered through and earned that degree. I wish to have at least half of the determination and resilience that you have. And then it says on the other side, use, maybe certainly, that part is cut off. The next line, manifest it, can't read the last of that, and finessed it. I am forever proud of you, Jimmy, my sister always, and now you should be. The card actually says, not. It's
And
not
who is it signed by?
Jose.
Jose Reyes.
Yes, that's the only Jose I know of.
And that person.
Sorry, what date did you say that was? I'm sorry.
The search warrant? Oh.
Brief indulgence. I turn to the witness, Your Honor.
Speak to your findings, please.
Yes, Your Honor, about to say.
You're free to go. No one else. They did not give me that option. All right, who would state, everybody get on here? Who would state calls next week?
Mark Hodges.
Mark who?
Hodges.
Mark Hodges, somebody who's Hodges.
And Your Honor, I wanted to take up a matter.
What now?
I wanted to take up a matter that may speed the process outside the presence of the jury. It's based on the certificates,
Based on what?
self-authenticating certificates.
I'm gonna buy y'all some tennis shoes and some roller skates or something. We may buy our juror on crutches. We may just get here some earbuds instead, so he can't hear nothing. So it'd be easier.
Your Honor, those that are marked, I believe that's Exhibit 11, S11,
S12.
S12. The one on the very top,
Is that, let me ask you this, is that composite? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
positive exhibit, so that we can stay in order. But the very first one goes with contents of exhibit. That's going to be a receipt, photographs from bandit towing. We've had testimony that the car was towed, from the UPD officer provided testimony that the car was towed by bandit towing, approximately 1:50 in the afternoon on July the 8th. And those are the business records of what they do. And there's an accompanying certificate on the very top of Exhibit 12.
Give what?
12.
I've got one here from Bandit Towing, signed by Michael E. Kent Jr.
Then the second page of Exhibit 12 is going to be in reference to the video from Rainbow Homes that's 14.
It's a thumb drive of video.
Thumb drive.
Okay. All right.
All right. we propose also the very next one.
Is this one that, there was some dispute about when the, y'all filed an objection to the self-authentication, is that correct?
Yes, Judge. Judge,
I'll let you finish up here, but I just want to get in my head what we arguing about anyway. Go ahead, go ahead and make him let him make his, the other exhibit so I can do them all at the same time, but I want y'all to be getting y'all ducks in a row while he was talking. Anyway.
Got 5 certificates.
I'm up to Molly Express anyway.
Third certificate is in regard to S16 video from it's called Molly Express. It's what we've been referring to as Rockets.
Okay. What?
Which one is that?
The Rockets.
You put it. Hang on one second here. You got a sticker on 13. Did you pre-mark 14 and 15?
I left it out. That's going to be.
The stickers may be on the
Right.
drives themselves, not the envelope. Okay, all right.
15 is a still shot from a UPD surveillance camera at Rebel and Jackson. I don't have a certificate on it. It is a university camera. And Ben Douglas is going to testify after Mark Hodges. He can authenticate it if Mark can't authenticate it. But it does not have a certificate from UPD since it was going to.
What we got right now is this information from Bandit Towing, Rebel Rainbow Cleaners, Molly Express, aka Rocket. What else you got?
CD Webb is going to be still shot from a video surveillance camera from it's a apartment complex on the other side of Rockets gas station. It's government owned, and it has the timestamp that you can compare to the Rockets video, the timing of it when it was taken. And I believe that should be all of
You
it.
got CB Webb, you got a Bluff West Marley Bar Trail certificate here.
All right. That's going to be the video from Molly Bar Trails from where you see the J. Lee car enter Molly Bar Trail parking lot. You see individual that
Somebody leaving there anyway.
So that matches up with the timing of the video already. As I heard, picking Tim Harrington up.
All right, let me, if you want me to put all this together here anyway. All right. I'm gonna just leave it all back to you anyway.
Okay.
All right.
Now there's
Tell me what's been done as far as,
and just for the court's information, the last mark for ID is a map that shows the videos when they were taken in route and in sequential order.
all right, that's 19.
And I would point out that Keziah Carter has already provided testimony that after he picked Tim Harrington up at Rockets gas station, that he took him to Lafayette Place.
You tell me what previously the state has filed as far as notice or motion for self-authentication.
We did file that notice. This case was sealed by the court. We did not receive notification that there was any objection to anything by the defense to our notices until we showed up for hearing in Tippecanoe.
A week ago, Monday was a week ago.
And so even though there was a certificate of service on the back of that, the objections, we were not aware of that. Had we been aware of it, that it had been filed on the date it was filed, we could have been put on notice to have all these people here locally to come in and testify about the surveillance videos. Rather than do that, to streamline the process, that's why we wanted to provide this notice to them and have that heard prior to being here in trial and do it in a more...
Now, let me ask you this. This state's Exhibit 19, there's time reflected on there, start with 7:18, 7:21, 7:23, 7:23, and 7:34, 7:25, and 7:34. Are those time stamps on the videos that you're providing?
With the exception of the Molly Bar Trails video. That video, Mark Hodges can explain how he came up with the time. The time difference was wrong.
I want to make sure that it's clear. Mark Hodges actually went to Molly Bar Trails apartments and downloaded that video himself and from the system and corrected the time the way law enforcement officers do. So that's why the timestamp on the Molly Bar Trails video will be different, but it's because Mark, he actually can authenticate that himself.
The times.
We may deal with that one separately. But,
Understood.
All right. Anything else the state wishes to talk about on the authentications of these? I believe all of them are. There was the first one was something from the tow company. Is that a video as well? Or was it?
It's a receipt and photos.
All right.
I can't hear what you said.
He said that was a receipt and photos before they took the car, not a video, but some receipt for the car, towed the car. They made pictures of the car. Yeah, the bandit. Yeah. All right. Anything else the state wishes to offer before I turn to the defense and listen to them anyway? All right. I'll listen to you.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, I think that the first and most important thing to consider here is the procedure for certifying records of the regular conducted activity as the self-authenticating documents and the procedures in which that's done. Once the state files their notice of their intent, which they did on November 5th, they filed their notice of intent to have these specific list of documents be admitted as authenticated through that particular notice. Defense then, and Judge, for the record, that was filed under seal. I've got a copy with the filed stamp without an MEC heading. That was filed under seal, like the majority of the documents in this case filed by the state. We have not received copies of the majority of the subpoenas, other items. We've had to go and get those copies from ourselves from the clerk's office once we notice a gap in MEC filings that, hey, I see a document 70 and a document 80, where are the 10 in between? We've had to go and get those. Once that notice is filed, we've got 15 days in which to object. Otherwise, they're...
Let me just say that if I work under the assumption that you filed an objection within the time period, tell me what the ramifications of that are.
Well, Judge, the requirement then is,
Let's, for a minute, let's forget about whether there's any dispute about when he filed and when y'all answered it, who got notice. Let's just assume.
well, I'll just represent, we did file within the proper time period.
All right, so let's just move on to, they filed a notice, you filed an objection there too. What's the score after
Well,
that?
so then, Judge, after that, the requirement is, it's not a suggestion, it's a requirement under Rule 902D that the proponent must schedule a hearing on any objection, and the court should determine admissibility on the record before the trial or hearing at which it may be offered. If the court cannot do so, the record is not self-authenticating under this paragraph 11. Judge, this could have been, we could have had this hearing and addressed this issue up until the start of this trial, but because that did not happen, clear language of that rule is that these documents cannot be admitted as self-authenticating.
We talked about this issue sometime prior. I don't know if the court made a ruling at that time or what we did, but I know we have addressed this issue before. Somebody will have to refresh my memory on what.
Judge, if I apologize. When the state indicated to us that they had not gotten notice of it on the 25th, we immediately provided them a physical copy at that time. We had some informal discussions in chambers at that time, but the requirement's clear. They must schedule a hearing. There's been no hearing noticed, and aside from informal discussions, and to bring it for the first time today on the second day of live testimony, this has not been addressed. Had this been at least addressed and scheduled, we could have had a hearing on this prior to impaneling the jury, and we could have had this issue and they would have had whatever arguments they wanted to make. But it's clear under the rule that because they did not schedule a hearing, these documents cannot be self-authenticated.
Listen to the state.
I wasn't at that prior hearing, so
Or not.
I thought it was on the 26th. Somebody told me the wrong day.
If you weren't there, I'm gonna ask Mr. Creekmore to address this issue anyway.
We did switch if you remember, we had that hearing set on Tuesday. She was scheduled to be there. We moved it to Monday based on the agreed order on the issue that we had on the expert witness on the documents.
There was a question about the admissibility of search dog set for Monday of last week, and the issue of search warrant suppressions was set for Tuesday of last week. The Monday, the search dog issue was resolved, and we brought motion before the court on Monday of last week.
For the benefit of Judge Hayes.
I don't know if the motion for, I don't know if there was a notice of hearing on the issue of on these exhibits, the self-authentications or not. I'll let somebody address that in a second. I don't know if it was noticed for hearing at that time, but I know it was discussed at that time. I don't remember if it was on the record or off the record. We discussed the issue of the self-authentication documents that have been Monday of last week. I don't get me in line whether it's on the record or in the chambers. We did discuss those issues Monday of last week.
Now, if the court would permit, Gwen has a procedural argument. Procedural.
Okay, procedural, I'll let her talk. I'll let you talk about procedure. I'm gonna let these folks there talk about the facts anyway.
I'm not going to talk about the facts. It's just my understanding of what Mr. Daniel said.
But I think I have, my memory's pretty good on the timeline of what happened anyway, okay?
Your Honor, my understanding from reading Rule 902.11 is not that it says that the records shall per se be excluded. My understanding from reading it says that you have to file the notice, state specifically in writing if you have an objection, serve it within 15 days or later time if the parties agree, and then it says the proponent must schedule a hearing on any objection, and the court should determine the admissibility. It says if the court cannot do so, like if the court cannot determine the admissibility, the record is not necessarily self-authenticating. That doesn't mean that, that's just if the court cannot determine the admissibility. You can still determine the admissibility now.
I'll give you the last bite here. Go ahead.
Judge, I think perhaps the argument was misunderstood. I'm not saying that the items cannot be admitted. I'm saying they cannot be admitted as self-authenticating. The rule clearly says, and I'd like to read a little bit of the footnote from section 11. Subparagraph D provides that if objections are not decided before the trial, the proponent must plan to call the witness. It's not an issue about admissibility.
What was the objection?
The objection was to the custodial, the person they were saying was going to be the custodian of these records for the purpose of their admissibility. The objection was not based on admissibility. It was based on the custodial nature of it.
In particular, when you filed your objection, what did your objection say?
Judge, it was a lengthy list of objections, and I believe she's getting you a copy. But it still boils down to the fact that that when self-authenticating records are offered against the defendant in criminal cases, the rights of the defendant under the confrontation clauses of both federal and state constitutions must be considered. And the rule's clear, Judge. I'm not saying that they can't have these records be admitted. I'm saying they must call the proper witness to do so. And Judge, the only discussion that we had in chambers, which I'm going to represent to you, was off the record, was about potential records that may not need, the custody may not be an issue. We only discussed those as it related to Ryan Baker and Mike Burks. But regardless, by virtue of the filings in the procedure and the lack of a scheduled hearing, they must now call these witnesses.
I'm not. We were in Ripley last Monday. I said, I've been reminded here that the discussion about this was in chambers. I said I would address this matter when the time came. I also offered to be available Wednesday for any hearings anybody might want, or Friday for anybody might want. I'm not addressing all of the items that are asked to be self-authenticated. I'm dealing with these that have been presented to the court today. And the timelines that I've already heard testimony on, the timelines on the videos that are in are in the subjects of those videos, the court's going to find that they're sufficient indicative of reliability. And I'm going to allow those, if there's otherwise supporting evidence and a proper foundation is laid, I am going to allow those to be introduced as self-authenticating. I noticed on the list that there are other videos from other jurisdictions that we don't have a time frame to reference to. You know, we don't have the testimony. I picked somebody up when I got off work at this time and my car went down this road and this how far it was. I'm not ruling on those. These particular items, I'm going to, when we have a point of reference of when something happened and when something else happened, I'm going to allow those to be introduced. If they're otherwise admissible, without the necessity of someone to authenticate those records. I'm not saying the same thing about, I noticed weight equipment somewhere, in some other towns where we don't have a point of reference on time, but, and I will give you a hearing, separate hearing when sometime when the jury's not there waiting to decide if those will be. But as to these particular items that the state has proposed to be self-authenticating, I think there's sufficient indicative of timing and reliability to permit those into without a further hearing. But this room just extends to these that's been presented to the court.
All those exhibits.
These videos of, let's say, at 7:18, this car passed, I assume that's what they're going to be. And at 7:25 and 7:32, a short time window. I'm not just the ones that we've talked about so far.
Like, the UPD, Your Honor, it's clear. The UPD records, they don't need an authentic certificate to get those in.
But when we've had,
as far as the rainbow cleaners, we've had no testimony about that.
but I'm working under the assumption, in the map they showed, this appears to be videos along the route that Mr. Fears, I believe, the guy that picked up the leg. Car. These appear to be a tracked vehicle.
Wrong.
Okay, if that's not the case,
Tracking Jay Lee's vehicle.
the J Lee's vehicle.
The judge in the issue, you haven't had testimony to establish that they've even gotten to Herrington's apartment yet, because I believe, although I haven't seen that map, it'll be the alleged vehicle leaving Timmy Herrington's apartment to Molly Bar Trails. We haven't gotten that far in this trial, Your Honor. And that's
What it does is they do it backwards. We've got testimony in, Your Honor, of bandit towing the Molly Bar Trails. That's where they begin. Mark Hodges goes out and he can authenticate that video that he collects and authenticate the timing of it. And then he begins to backtrack it, that vehicle, to the Rockets Express gas station, probably within 10 minutes of the Keziah Carter video.
That's if you can authenticate the first one, the video of it there at the park, I mean, come back and these times seem to be matching up. I'm going to give you an opportunity to put on that proof first, and if the proof is satisfactory about where the starting point is, I'll let you have that short range. If there's a testimony of a vehicle 3 hours later in Grenada, Mississippi, I'm not stretching that far.
I want to be clear for the record that we're going.
I'm I'm gonna hear what this witness has to say. But if the witness can give us a good starting point, then I'll go from there. If the witness can't give us a good starting point, then we won't anyway.
Okay.
If the witness can give us a good starting point, this whole time frame is just a few minutes in length there anyway. If we can get a good starting point, and those are consistent time frames, I'll let them. All right. Go ahead. All right. We're gonna have a little break here anyway. James, it probably wouldn't hurt for us all to get more.
I'm gonna got them in order. I've got them in order. I'll let you look at them in just a second.
It ain't gonna be long.
Don't touch them.
Oh, I'm not gonna touch this.
Get back on the record, I'll say, I know they got notice. Court understands, the parties understand the court ruling. Where we start? All right, tell the jury in. And we need to quit at 5 today. We got something we got to take care of with the jury, so we need to quit at 5 today. Is that right, Ricky? Yes. We need to quit. So even if you're in mid-sentence, we're still gonna quit at 5, okay? All right, everybody back. Who'd you call his next witness?
They were called Mark Hodges.
Well, Mr. Hodges. Seat there. All right, you may proceed.
Tell us who you are and what you do.
Mark Hodges, I'm the Lieutenant of Investigations for the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And how long have you been an investigator with OPD?
With OPD, 6 years, roughly.
Okay. Prior to that,
Prior to that, 2 extra additional years,
whereabouts?
Greenville, Mississippi.
All right. So in July of 2022, were you an investigator with the Oxford Police Department?
Yes.
We've had testimony about the whereabouts of Jay Lee beginning on July the 8th of 2022. Were you aware of that?
I became aware, I believe, around the 11th.
Were you made known any information about Jay Lee's car?
Yes.
All right. What was that information that was relayed to you?
That Bandit Towing had towed it from Molly Bar Trails Apartments.
Okay. Did you receive information from Bandit Towing about them towing a car from Molly Bar Trails around 1:50 p.m. on July the 8th?
Detective Scott Hollowell did, yes.
Well, you would have been made aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Did you find out what the car looked like based on that information?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what kind of car it was?
It was a Ford Fusion.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as primordial exhibit S13. You can look at that exhibit. Yeah. I'm sorry.
It was at S13.
S13. We'll just review that exhibit, look at all the photos, see if you recognize it.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
All right. In the vehicle, were you able to identify who that vehicle belonged to?
Yes, sir. That was Jay Lee's vehicle.
All right. And even on the tag, it had Jay Lee on the back of it.
Yes, sir.
Was the car distinctive?
Yes, sir.
Why was it distinctive?
It has a gold, I guess what you'd call a racing stripe down the front, the hood.
All right. Now, are you familiar with those types of documents that would have been collected or gathered by APD from bandit towing?
The
Type of document?
tow receipt.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And there are photos also attached to that towing receipt. Is that, in your experience, common for the towing company to do that?
Yes, sir.
Just in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that this exhibit be received into evidence.
I will note objections to stage, but have continued objection. I'll note those and I will admit it in evidence. All right, 13 will be admitted.
All right. If you could hand it to the reporter. Are you familiar with the layout and parking area of Molly Bar Trail's apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe that for the jury?
It's a one-way in, one-way out apartment complex. When you go in, it makes a circle.
So the entrance is the exit?
Yes, sir.
No other entry, no other exit?
No, sir.
All right. Now, are you familiar with the surrounding area for Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you describe that for the jury?
It's Molly Bar Road. If you were to take a right out of the apartment, leaving the apartment complex, you would run to a three-way stop right there. It's Molly Bar and McElroy. Right there at that corner is the convenience store that they called Rockets.
Okay. And behind that, are there any trails or walking areas? What's behind Molly Bar Trail apartment complex?
The woods and the airport.
Okay. Do you know, if you do, let the jury know, is that airport fenced?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was it significant to you that Jay Lee's car was found there? And what did you do when you learned that information?
When we learned that Bandit Towing towed the vehicle from that location, that gave us a starting point to start working backwards to try to figure out where the car had been.
Okay.
So I went to Molly Bar Trails and spoke with the management, asked them if it was possible for me to review the camera footage, download it. They agreed, showed me where the server room was. I went in there and downloaded the footage.
Did you find the footage of Jay Lee's car entering into the complex?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, let me back up just a little bit. Do you know what area of the parking lot Jay Lee's car was found in by Bandit Towing?
By Bandit Towing? Yes, sir, pretty much. I believe it's got a number on the ground.
Okay. Do you know what that number is? Is it listed on that exhibit?
It's 43.
All right. So you went to the management at Molly Bar Trails and looked through video surveillance. Were you able to secure that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to hand you.
Your Honor, I think the court understands our objection in grounds of relevance to this time. Statements of condition this time. Procedure, I think we need to protect the grounds of relevance.
I'm want to note your record and overrule your objection.
Exhibit. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Look, if you don't mind, look at the contents of that one and see if there's a jump drive.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's got an exhibit sticker on it.
Yes, sir.
What's that exhibit sticker?
S18.
It's 18 for identification. Have you reviewed the contents of that?
Yes, sir.
How do you know?
Because I watched it,
All right, and what'd you do after you
put it in the envelope.
and did you put your initials and date?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you reviewed the contents.
Yes, sir.
Does it accurately depict the footage that you obtained from Molly Bar Trails Apartments
Yes, sir.
with Jay Lee's car?
Yes, sir.
Kind of the state would ask that exhibit 18 be received.
I'll note the objection of the defense, but I will admit it anyway. The objection has been duly noted.
All right, and then from the time that you identified Jay Lee's car on that video, what did you do next as far as trying to find any other footage of that movements of that vehicle?
We started working backwards, securing video.
Okay. Did you find any other videos?
Yes, sir. We found videos and photos.
All right. What was the next video closest to Molly Bar Trails that you found?
It's okay for me to check my notes.
Sure. Is that okay, Your Honor? All right.
Next thing would be a photo from CB Webb.
Okay. What is CB Webb?
It's a housing complex. It is right across from Rockets.
Is that on Molly Bar Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you find anything from CB Webb surveillance camera?
Yes, sir. We were able to obtain a photo of Jay Lee's car coming by.
Angie, what's been marked as exhibit 17?
Yes, sir.
You recognize the image depicted in that photo?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is a photo of Jay Lee's car.
All right. If you don't mind, set that exhibit aside for right now. That image is depicted in that image is also Rocket's business.
Yes, sir.
Convenience store, gas station, correct?
Correct.
All right. Were you able to get or secure footage of Jay Lee's car from Rockets?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to hand you mark for ID as exhibit 16. If you don't mind looking in that envelope, can you identify the contents?
Yes, sir.
What is that, and how can you identify it?
That is a thumb drive containing the video from Rockets. Inside the thumb drive is labeled S16.
All right.
On the envelope, it has my initials and the date.
And have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it accurately depict what you observed when that footage was obtained by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
All right, now then, Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 16 be received into evidence.
16 is the rocket.
Yes, sir.
With having noted any other objection other than that that's been previously. All right, and that can be noted, and I'm going to admit it.
All right. Now
They
then,
will be admitted.
thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Did you compare the timestamp on Exhibit 16 to the timestamp on what's been marked for ID in Exhibit 17, the CD web? And did you make any observations about the time?
Pretty much correct.
What do you mean by that? How were you able to determine that they were correct?
They're time stamped.
So the timestamp in Exhibit (16 and 17), what did that tell you?
Not understanding.
Exhibit 16.
You may do so.
While they're doing that real quick.
John.
I know it. It's all right.
Yes, sir.
July 8th, 2022, 7:23 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was that timestamp consistent or similar to the timestamp from the CD web Exhibit 17?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was that timestamp on? Well, Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that Exhibit 17 be received into evidence.
Holding the continued objection will be admitted.
All right. Now then,
Letter stamp it. Go ahead.
so you've got that timestamp of Jay Lee's car from CD Web and Rockets. Where did you go after that?
After Rockets, we went, we got a photograph from Jackson and Rebel.
All right, and where did that surveillance video come from?
UPD.
All right, we've already had testimony that their UPD and Ole Miss have cameras. Is that from an Ole Miss UPD camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is Rebel and Jackson Avenue? Where's that located?
It's in the city of Oxford.
All right. Where's Jackson Avenue from where we are in the courthouse?
Jackson Avenue. Let me see. We got myself turned around up in here.
That's North Lamar and that's South Lamar. Where's Jackson Avenue?
Jackson Avenue is the road going this way.
Going that way? And if you were going to go on Jackson Avenue to Rebel Drive, where would you go?
Go that way.
And if you were to turn left on Rebel Drive, would you be on campus?
Be on the University of Mississippi campus.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state. Well, into Exhibit 15. You recognize that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
2 pages?
Sir?
2 pages?
Yes, sir.
Does that accurately depict images taken from that surveillance camera at Rebel and Jackson Avenue?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that this be received as the 18?
15.
15.
15. Jackson previously notified the defense, we know it would be admitted into evidence.
All right. Now from there, were you able to find any other video surveillance depicting Jay Lee's car in the same general time frame?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
Rainbow Cleaners.
What is Rainbow Cleaners and where is it?
It's a laundry cleaning service. It's on Jackson Avenue.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that? Somehow.
Yes, sir. I recognize it because it's got my initials and the date on it.
All right. Have you reviewed the contents contained on that jump drive?
Yes, sir.
And what does that depict?
What is it? What?
Depict?
It's the Rainbow Cleaners video.
All right. Does it accurately depict Jay Lee's car
Yes,
driving? Okay. Well, does it also have the timestamp consistent or similar to these other videos?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that this be received as the state's next exhibit.
Marked in.
Yes, sir.
What number is marked in?
14.
14. Come on, like. Additional objection noted, I'm going to admit S14, the Rainbow Cleaner video into evidence.
All right, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked Friday as exhibit 19. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
All right, now then, were you able to find any other videos, video surveillance in Oxford within that time frame regarding Jay Lee's vehicle?
No, sir.
All right. Now, you started at Molly Bar Trails because that's where the towing company picked up his car on July the 8th at 1:50 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you work backwards. So the first video sequentially that you see is that Rainbow Cleaners video, correct?
Correct.
All right. Permission to publish that to the jury.
Let me ask you this. Well, that's been admitted. You may publish it. That's S14.
There it is. Jay Lee's car.
It should be 7/18/53.
All right, first of all, just kind of orient jury what roadway this is and where that camera is.
That is Jackson Avenue that you see right there, the roadway. The area with the lines that you see, the arrows, that is actually Rainbow Cleaners, the drive-through.
Can you tell the jury where that car, when you're going to see that car on this video?
You will see it first from the right side of the screen.
Traveling toward the courthouse.
Yes, sir.
Jackson Avenue.
Yes, sir.
And will there be any other vehicles before they see Jay Lee?
Yes, sir.
What can you describe?
I believe it's a white truck with a trailer. Right there. And that's Jay Lee's car.
Now then, from there, the next video camera sequentially is going to be the photo frame from UPD, correct?
Correct.
All right, what was the timestamp from Rainbow Cleaners?
It was 7/18/53.
7:18
Yes, sir.
a.m.
Yes, sir.
All right. Permission to publish Exhibit 15.
Okay.
All right. Looking at Exhibit 15. This is Rebel Jackson video camera from UPD.
Don't stay, don't. This one.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry, Judge.
Well, I'm staying there with us tonight.
Is that from the Rebel Jackson surveillance?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there a timestamp on that?
Yes, sir.
You don't mind? You got your glasses with?
Yes, sir.
All right, where's that timestamp located?
The top left corner,
And what is it say?
that is going to be 7/21, I believe, 56.
Okay. So later in time from the Rainbow Cleaners?
Yes, sir.
Now then, from there, of course, where, that's on Rebel Jackson. Where's that located in relation to Rainbow Cleaners?
It is going east.
Are there any stoplights in between there and Rebel, in between Rainbow Cleaners and Rebel Jackson Avenue?
Yes, sir.
All right. How many?
You have Fraternity Row, Country Club, and then Rebel and Jackson. Stoplights.
Is there a stoplight at Rebel and Jackson
Yes, sir.
and a turn signal at that Rebel Jackson intersection?
A turn on to Rebel.
All right. Now, the next video sequentially is going to be the Rockets video,
Yes, sir.
CD web.
CD web photo, yes, sir.
And before we get there, on that second photo, second page of Exhibit 15, were you able to notice any distinctive features in that image?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
The racing stripe on the hood.
What about the rims, car rims?
The rims on the car as well.
Now, Exhibit 17 is going to be from the CB web video camera surveillance. Camera. Did it have a timestamp on it?
Yes, sir.
All right, what was that timestamp?
7/23/50.
All right. And again, were you able to see that that was the same car that was on the Rebel Jackson as well as the Rainbow Cleaners video?
Yes, sir.
Now then, you have rockets or they call it Molly Express.
I think so. I still call it rockets.
Everybody still refers to it as rockets, correct? All right, and Jeremy, that's going to be 7/23/21. The car.
Yes, sir.
And when you see that car that was in the other videos, Rainbow Express Cleaners, the Rebel Jackson, CB Webb, just tell the jury this. Stop.
Right there.
And what, John, can you step down and identify the timestamp? If you don't mind, step down and identify timestamp and date of that video. Can she hear you?
July 8th, 2023.
All right. Good, Exhibit 18. All right, now the video.
Well, perhaps that's it for today. I don't know what happened to the recording, but I'd like to thank everyone that came by and watched this trial with me. It is a far contrast from that we've been used to seeing for the past 2 years, but it is definitely something to watch, learn about, and have a conversation with your children. Again, it's two families torn apart by something that could have been avoided. I don't know the dynamics of these individuals. I certainly can't presume to know the operation of the mind of the person that did this. The young man that's on trial is presumed innocent until proven guilty. I hope for his sake that he did not do this. But it's a sad, sad situation. And it's happening in courtrooms everywhere. That's why I love the song A Mother's Love. Because we truly need our mother's love, as well as our dads. We don't want to leave you out, Daddy. I think I'm going to get ready to end it there because I am coming back on tonight to do my show. But I'm going to end it with the mother's love because that's the theme. That's one of the things. Kelly shared a video with me, and it was Yak Gotti, Diamante Kendrick's mom, and his mama was saying it was a mother's love. She stood with her son, as a mother would do. She went to work every day at night and came to the courtroom every day. That's a mother's love. And you know, I'm from the hood, so we like to say mama. But I'm going to end this video with the mother's love. And join me tonight. I'm going to stay at 8:40 because I'm going to take me a little nap and I may go overboard. But tonight I'm going to speak on the not guilty verdict and the mother's love. In the mother's love, you will find everything. Everything's alright. To a mother's love, you are bound. You can rest on sacred ground. In a mother's love, you are free to dream because she sees what you can be. In a mother's love, you see the sun, enough for two, but you're one. In a mother's love, you can feel something hurts. you can heal. Yes, a mother's love is real. You grow because she knows to let you go. Yeah, mama. Mama, mama, mama. Mother's love. Mother's love. Yeah. All right. A mother's love. And a mother's love never lies. She believes that you can fly with all of her might. A mother's love. Yay, mama. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.